Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Show the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #Legalize Organ Donation Now. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Every year, thousands of people around the world fall victim to online fraud. From investment fraud, romance scam, recruitment scam, to online shopping fraud, criminals have developed various ways of using the internet to dupe people of their monies all around the world.
Investment fraud, okay, where people create various businesses on social media and ask people to deposit some amount of money with them, and within a short period of time they guarantee you very high returns. Okay, now people send their monies and they do not hear anything again, where people assume the profiles of other people, soldiers, military men working in various countries, okay, and then they try to lure people, date them online, and then through that they are able to defraud them of several amounts of money. Recruitment scam also has to do with job seekers on social media. So someone creates again a page or a profile on social media, sometimes impersonating our various security agencies like the police, the military and all of that, and then they start making posts that we are recruiting and the processes involved and all of that. Now people also go on there and then they become victims. By when they go through the process, they are asked to pay certain amounts of monies and they do not hear anything again. Another one also has to do with online shopping fraud, okay, where businesses are being created on social media. During COVID, one way or the other, we're all shopping online, okay, and then it is dispatched to you, you make payment, or sometimes you need to make payments before you receive the item and all of that. Criminals also took advantage of that, created various, or they still do, create various pages of businesses online. Even some they still even impersonate actual businesses, okay, and then they offer goods at very should I say
relatively low price.
I wouldn't even say relatively low, you'd say maybe it's a bit, but prices that you wouldn't find anywhere, just to lure victims into doing that.
How do they operate?
They gave me a PC and gave me directions and also give me websites. That was the thing that they gave to me for me to work. They taught me how to chat people online. Tell them that this thing is like this, which is not, for me to collect money from them.
So they taught you how to chat.
Yes.
They gave you a laptop, obviously.
Yes.
And what websites were those? Do you remember 2 or 3 websites?
Just Korea.
Korean websites?
Yes. They'll give you their website. You go in there. Sometimes you might even hack it. You go in there.
You have hackers in?
Yes. In our office. There are some
websites?
Yes. Like me. They taught me. Yes, they taught me. So you go in there. Depends on the years of the website. You can hack it.
It be dating work. Or you just before, because now you have to start dating work. Dating work. Now Ghana, for Nigeria, now Bitcoin I feel they do.
Bitcoin fraud?
Bitcoin fraud.
How?
I feel they do. Like, if you have 1,000 Ghana cedis, I will use it to change to
1,000 naira. 10K.
If you have 10,000 naira,
10,000.
I will give you 20,000 naira. That's the way they do it. They do the Bitcoin.
So what you go tell clients?
I will tell them, if I don't post back or I don't post say giveaway, they do giveaway of 20,000 naira every Friday. Then I will see that giveaway. So that giveaway me I post for, and you'll be like your Instagram now. I call account. Or your post back or put. Maybe that giveaway. So I post on you. They're your friends. They go to say now you. They will call the request. Say how they do it, and I get the money. You know, tell them see the way you can get it. 50 to get 100, 20 to get 40. Is the way we do it.
Between 2019 and 2022, over 6,000 reports of online fraud were made to the Cyber Security Authority. Through investigations, the authority confirmed about 3,000 of these reports to be truly cases of online fraud. According to the authority, perpetrators thrive on the weakness of their victims, which is trust.
The criminals are using what we call social engineering. Okay, Ghanaians naturally we are gullible. Okay, so we tend to trust easily. That is what they use. So social media is more of playing on our minds, okay, to do or to commit crime. So we are seeing cybersecurity as more of a technical problem, but it is equally a very social problem. So our trusting nature is what is being used. The next thing that is being used is greed. So when you look at the various investment scams that are happening, okay, give me 500, I'll give you 5,000 in a week time. These are some of the things. And also we are very trusting. So social engineering has been the main form of modus, okay, through which these criminals are using. For instance, there is a new observed type of cybercrime that we are seeing, okay, or fraud that we are seeing, in which the victims or the criminals, right, are calling in the names of financial institutions, okay, telling the victims that you need to link your Ghana card with your bank account. So I'm calling from this financial institution. We realized that you had not linked your Ghana card, right, with your bank account, and I would want to help you go through the process to do that. In that process, they inquire certain information from you. And if you do not know or you are not aware how to protect yourself, they go even as much as getting your ATM card. They will take the numbers on it, the CVV number behind it. They take very detailed information that they can even use your card to purchase things online.
In dating, we have stages that we chat before you put someone on consignment. First, you chat that person. You chat the person's friend. Once you people are friends, you chat that person care. After you have chatted the person care, you chat them love. If you chat them love, you chat them trust. Then after trust, because that's the final place, that's the final thing that you chat the person. Then you place the person on consignment.
In Ghana, hundreds are arrested for engaging in online fraud annually. Most of them young people under age 30. Areas like Kaswa, Tafo, and East Legon have been identified as hubs for such crimes, with many perpetrators often being arrested in Kaswa. Residents say though they agree the area is a crime zone, the perpetrators are mostly foreigners.
Yeah, we had here. We used to be anybody, but we go on more. We go do anybody now. No, if we be na aba, we be na. But the cash we did na abesesa. But here we had here. Bonibia any year. In has to no do plan na minimum. So do what plan na be home.
I've been from Kaswa 30 years now. There's no any problem in Kaswa here. But those from outside, that Liberia peoples and Nigeria peoples who come enter now, they are giving problems and all that they call it. So if you are fighting, then you fight about that peoples.
Utimusa who wants to okron pa. They won one who okron club who nipa be say 50 and I say there was a time me point ma me ba say ipie kwan ho a me hwese ka bia begina ho na aya ho nko an na no mu yi wo e wo second bus stop on ubisa ho say ah we omo kwan ade be chi no yes we yes ka so ade be chi no wati we nsem bebre otete nsem a e maka so anya kono say e say nka yetna ha but e kura ahoto emfan say eniema ekoso ntemtem e wo kuro ni mu but edin aka so ekita no Emma sadly nipa kon no so mbeba abetuna kuro.
Could this assertion be true?
This is not anything new in the system. For some time now, this has been going on, and we have even, in times without number, we have came into contact with some of them who have escaped from their masters. So, and then we have been able to repatriate some of them back to Nigeria. So it's no news. It has been in the system, and we are trying our efforts to see what we can do about it. These people are in the hiding places. They will go and hire a place. We wouldn't know until maybe some of them are no longer comfortable with the treatment their masters meting on them. That is when you see some of them who escaped. When they escaped, and maybe they might, fortunately, to get contact of one of our executives or any Nigerians that they think they can talk to. So through those people, then they bring them to us. So then we do the needful.
We have been in these activities of curtailing the nefarious activities of our young boys and girls in the country. Actually, it's not an issue that is very healthy and interesting at all to hear that our young, our children, the new generation involve themselves in this kind of negative, adventure. A good father or parents will not be happy seeing young children, involving themselves in cyber crime or cyber crime and every other, bad activities.
Criminals, they may be called, and guilty might be the verdict they get if they stand in a courtroom, but have you ever wondered how and why they do what they do? Imagine being locked in a room with phones or computers 24 hours in a day, but these gadgets are not to be used for your pleasure, instead for work.
This is the story of many young Nigerians who come to Ghana to make money through any means possible. Victory, Austin, and Victor are three of these young men.
I met a friend in the company where I work. So his brother is in this Ghana. He was the one, that my friend, that introduced me to that his brother. But before I come to this Ghana, I was not aware that it was fraud I'm coming here to do. He just told me that this kind of job that I'm doing in Nigeria, there is a place in Ghana where I will do it. If I do it, they will pay me higher than what I'm earning here. So I was very happy when I heard the news.
He was asked to pay 50,000 naira for the job, which he did, and he was given a date to move to Ghana. Little did he know that the job he was coming for was different from what he had been told.
I wasn't happy because at first it was not what they told me that I started saying.
What did you say?
At first, they told me that it was a company. It was a company that I'm going to be working under. Then when I came to this Ghana, they first took me inside the house, just in a building, in the house. It was fenced. I wasn't happy at first. I felt one kind. And I couldn't talk. I couldn't talk because there is no one there for me to talk to. I waited till night. I called that his brother, that my friend that gave me the job, that he claimed so. I called him. He told me that, bro, this is how it is so. And anything that I'm seeing there is my job.
His story is quite different from Victory and Victor, who both knew what they were getting themselves into before they moved to Ghana.
I work not call the go where. No, I call the see they give me work. First maybe say me I learn the work self. You know we call they give me work again. I don't call they see anything. Me and my friend me get I learn the work now. Me ever see the way the how to bless and he call they tell me say me enter.
Your friend enter your home?
Yes. Went everywhere.
May bless.
May bless. May Yahoo bless. Because say me see try it if I feel see it. Not theater.
After struggling to make it in Nigeria without any success, he decided to relocate to Ghana.
I call it do the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin, he call it pay me. Very soon we call cast. You know call it pay again. You know, let me want call it do. I call it rent ourselves. When that my friend only me say since I don't try for me don't come out. Because he may only me want to do. Money not Bitcoin again. That my friend, my sister, friend. Call tell my sister say in get person me dey Ghana yeah. They look for boy. What I be will go. I call tell say okay, I will go. Which work is the work? Because say no, but you go give me number. Make me with I call to give me that my chairman me dey Ghana yeah in number. You understand what I say? Or give me number. We call talk. Say see work me they do China work. Now cause I never do China work before. Now dating work. Yeah, Bitcoin now they do for Nigeria before. Then cause say okay, man, no worry. Say this one soon I just new all date. Whether I know what to be QQ, WeChat. That's why I don't know that before. See if I come before 3 weeks to 2 months, 1 month if I don't collect money. See when I come. Now waiting tell me.
He packed bag and baggage and moved, but what he was promised wasn't what he got.
As a can make when I go his house. He locked me for his house. Yeah, he told me say see the way that they do now. Because our phone now we they use. That time I have to 12 months I break on this country. This Ghana so as God they tell me say see the way that they do now. I go say okay, I say I'll fit do one. Me I don't the work and the work. Don't use 1 month, 2 months. Money no the come. I call tell me say you know the collect money. Boys may call me for there. They never say collect money. About 5 boys may call me for there.
An entertainer who wanted the fast way up, Victory met some people when he went for a gig and asked them for help. He got their contact and tried several times to reach them, but they blocked him. He then resorted to text and finally got through to them.
The next Monday I started calling, Tuesday I calling. So they say it's wrong number, they don't wanted to help me before. So as the 9 minutes of it, like on Saturday, they called me because I was texting them through SMS. They blocked me on WhatsApp because they are big boys. So I was texting them on WhatsApp, so they go through my texting, like they say, like this person will be intelligent and know how to chat with women. So let them just give me a try if they can carry me along. So at the 9 minutes, they put me on call. Hello, is this Victor? I say, yes, I'll be waiting for your call. Okay, come and meet me so and so estate. So I'll be waiting for you there. So that is how I left.
When he went to meet them, they asked if he was willing to move to Ghana with them the following day, but he refused due to his previous experience in the country in 2018. They, however, convinced him to come with them.
They were like convincing me, like, no, don't worry, you are safe, and I'm not like that. I'll give you everything you want to work, this. So I'm not coming to stay for months or a year or so. But according to them, they say they want to rent apartments for like 2 months to look for money so that December time we'll be going home smiling. So when I saw the settings, I said, okay, let me go for the 2 months. I said, okay, well, as far as you have given me your words, let your words be your words. But according to my phone, it's not good. He said they will change it for me. So I concluded in going with them the next day.
On getting to Ghana, he met 5 other boys and they were sent to another person while the men looked for an apartment for them to stay in.
Get to Ghana 8. So we stopped at Accra Mall. So when we got to Accra Mall, they booked a taxi and took us to the first office. They have not found the apartment. So when we found the apartment, it was night. We can't go daytime so that we don't know that multiple of boys want to enter that place. So we go at night so that they will not know. So we'll get there at night, but the place was like a police station at the junction. They will enter a little bit before the place is East Legan. East Legan is an estate where big people stay. So when we'll get there, so we start running the office work.
Many unsuspecting house owners give their homes out to these criminals without proper checks. The Department of Rent Control has this word of advice for all landlords in the country.
Before a foreigner comes into our country, the person needs a working permit or a residential permit, and that has to be done by the immigration also. But what is interesting is that for now, we are trying to review the 1963 Act, and what we've input in there is that before you give your premises out as a landlord, you need to do a background check of the person you are giving the premises to. So even if the person used the bush to come into the country without passing through our legal entrance and he evade the immigration, before you rent the premises out, you need to check all those things. If you don't check, and we come to realize that you've given your premises to somebody who is coming to do illegal, immoral services, just like fraud and all those things, then you will be liable to answer. So Parliament has given us the assurance. The bill is part of the bill that they promised to pass before they rise for this sitting. So the new law, just as I've mentioned, is going to make sure the landlord due diligence, make sure he do a clear checks on the person, whether local person like Ghanaian or a foreigner. You need to know what the person is doing, the kind of business activities the person is doing, so that you know about somebody who is coming to do illegal things in our country. So let me rest assured everybody that when that bill is passed, we will make sure that it's implemented to the full.
The sweet words they receive before agreeing to relocate disappear once they arrive in Ghana.
The next day, he called one boy to come and pick us up from the office to the apartment where he rented, where we can work for the 2 months. So one day I was like happy, this is a very beautiful place. I never know I came to kill myself by my hands. So when we get into the house, so we bath, like started talking about how the work will be. Say we will not come down, we'll be upstairs there. So those who their phone is not good, they will be replacing it tomorrow. I was okay, fine. So the next day, I wanted to swap my phone. My phone was having issue. So they said we swap it. So I wanted to transfer some important things inside the phone that will be useful for me later. I wanted to pass it to another person's phone so that when they will bring my phone, the new one, I will transfer it back. I never know they have booked a cab outside. Oh no, where is the other person? He said, the other person have not brought his phone. I said, I wanted to like explain, so I wanted to transfer. I've not even completed the statement. All I can see is a punch on my nose, blood started coming out. Like, give me slap, hit me to the wall. I was like, drag the phone out of my hand, then they left. This is the same cloth I was putting on, like blood stain all over. I went to the bedroom to clean the blood, to spit it out. I was not happy when I saw. These were the same person talking to me kindly, like. So this is what they brought me to Ghana to come and do. I get discouraged.
The bosses of these online fraud rings have very strict rules to follow, and anyone who goes against them has to endure severe punishment. For those who are not fortunate, death could be their end.
I don't know what happened. He ran into one boy, like he beat him mercilessly. Even injured the boy hands and the faces. I was like, God, what kind of place have I come now? I was like, it's not me beat another person, so it's not my concern. What I'm concerned is about the work.
I got one client, local, Senegal, and also this Ghana. They paid me some money. Total as in what they paid me in Naira is 800,000 Naira, close to $1 million. That's what they paid me. So my chairman, he was not aware that I got that kind of money. It was a friend of him that was aware, but we shared it 50-50. So due to some kind of things that are happening in office, the secret leak, and my chairman, he had to punish me because of that. They will lie you down, flog you very very well. They can use PC wire to flog you, and also they can use machetes, because in that place you don't have anyone. Even if you cry from now till tomorrow, nobody will hear you. Like I've said before, the rules there are many. Even if you are there is no how you'll be perfect. You must fall for it. So the rules are many. Most guys that went to that place in any office that comes out without a mark on their body, that means you didn't stay there up to a week or 2 weeks.
You don't stay there for 1 month, for 3 months. Money no dey come. If friend me get office like other one boys they collect money. All those one go they put on where body see. All those boys, you know, they before you know they touch us. So when that one cut it and say boys they collect money, whether you know they feed the talk to us, you know they give us a spirit, maybe we walk. From then on and then your things change. Sometimes all those boys we all pack their con, we all be like three con, we also use all of them. We also say aspirin, we also finish us. Like be aspirin like finishing. They also finish us. If they all finish us, finish. Because maybe because they walk. How you cause me?
Aspirin na the beating.
Na the beating. The
okay, so the term high spirit.
Yeah, na beating. You come, you give us all of us aspirin. You all beat to we all do.
Isn't it take beating now?
Also like wire. This all boy wire. That strong wire. This TV wire. So and say they beat us. Even chairman will have that small bottle. That one, but when we in Nigeria, we call it bottle ass. Bottle ass. That small axe. You have me say. That's why I.
And they also have a strict routine they follow daily.
They have time to work and time to relax. Like when you go inside, they share, according to all the boys, they share different works to them, what you'll be doing every morning. And office time, we start around 9. At this kind of time, then we end in the evening, 5. Then we'll come outside from the office. Then we'll be cooking, we'll be washing, we'll be sleeping. Then we eat square meal just once a day. So we eat around 9 in the night. Before that, we will go on from 6 to prepare food. We take 8, 9, then we'll eat again. Then we'll not even have time to rest. Then we'll go up again to start coming online again to chat or to start looking for who to talk to. That is how they were running their personal entanglement in the office. And it was very stressful.
Chairman brother, he's not good. He's not a good person. He's very, very God. He's very, very wicked to the extent that he doesn't give boys at the office food. Before you eat 2 days, 3 days, still yet you'll be doing your morning duty and also working.
Why do they choose to relocate to Ghana to commit this crime, you may ask?
Because me not call the girl money to the buy so big the girl. This one because if I already also Ghana they know the city light, steady light, the steady soap, the network they very good. I take on.
They can't carry Ghanaians now, like they know it's just we in Nigeria. They carry us here to work based on the free electricity, everything is current here. So they tell us to come and work here so that the work will be faster here. Because everything we need is being provided here already in Ghana. So that is how they brought us from Nigeria to here to work.
Unable to withstand the harsh conditions any longer, they each planned their escape, uncertain of what the outcome might be.
They had a fight in the office and they bust his head and also used machete to butcher his face here. From this place to this place. It now looks like he has 2 mouths. So some people that the guy was nice to had to pick call, as in had to pick phone, snap the picture of the guy's face when he was lying on the floor and call chairman that he should come to WhatsApp, he should come online on WhatsApp. Let them show him something. When he came online, they forwarded the pictures to him. He saw it. He got very, very upset. Then he said that everybody at the office should leave the office, else he's going to put everyone in jail, as in give everybody that is inside our office to police. So some people, not some people, people like me, I had to look for my way on time. But I didn't look for my way that particular minute. I waited till next day. And that next day was the day that police people came to the office. They arrested 28 boys in that office. They took 28 boys with them. So the rest of the boys had to fly fence and run for their lives. Not just that they arrested them, they were beating them, hitting them with stick. They broke some of them, their heads here. Yes, beating them. So that's it. Me, I escaped through fence. So I jumped fence. I had to run for my life. I don't have to wait till till the police will put handcuff on my hands before I will know that I had to look for my way. So that's how I escaped.
Call lock the door, call go short. And we call say okay, I will call it one. Call follow again 1 mile, made the day up of silly. That up of silly, so now we call it follow the mile. As we follow the man, we call go inside silly. We look everywhere. Now we call the break all those blocks. Made the thing set all those edge. Call the break and come on. Before coffee break and after we break and come on. That under so the PVC may say do one. Now we call cotton. Call his knife tear and we call come outside. And we take come outside. We come outside. Now we look everywhere. Nobody because we want Ghana road. And that Ghana road, I can show a circle for you.
So when I come to the parlor, they lock the front door. So I check the back door. It was open. I say, wow, thank God. So I climb upstairs so that they will see me for the last time, so that they will not notice my movement. So when I come down, I met phone, I met laptop. I wanted to steal it so that when I get to circle, I will sell it. But anything stealing, I'm not in part of it. It's a bad name. I don't like it. So I don't want anything they will I will get involved with. I came to this place to steal phone because definitely I know one day we'll meet in Nigeria. So I just leave their properties and I left. Though when I get to the back door, there was protector everywhere and cameras everywhere. So I made up my mind. So I jumped to the other apartment. So when I get to the gate, then I notice the gate. You need to use a key to open it before you open. You don't have those drawers that you open it. I say, what? God, fuck, I'll get myself into another mess now.
He couldn't go back and there was no way for him to escape. So the only thing he could think of doing was hiding behind the generator in the house. But the estate security caught him on camera and came asking questions.
The people monitoring the house saw me on camera. They've called my organ like, somebody came out from your apartment. Who is that? What is he doing now in the house premises? Like, it's okay. I don't know where my chairman went to. When they were coming like aggressively. They were coming in a very tough way that they can kill yourself. So they go inside the house, not spend like 2 minutes, they come outside again. They observe the gates. If I've run out, they try to observe. Then the security called again. This person is in the back. What is he doing? So they traced me to the back and they saw me. I was very scared because I know there was camera. I said, God, I don't come out. I never know this is how it will be. There was security everywhere outside the house. I said, God, help me. I don't want to go back to the house. So when they saw me, like they wanted to play kindness to me so that the cameras looking at us will notice that they want to throw aggression on me, like make good friendship with me. I noticed what they were up to. So I was like playing with them also to the tricks. Like, why do you come outside? Go inside now. Like I said, bros, I don't want to go inside again. They say, why? Don't worry, we'll sort it out inside. Not knowing that I've set the way they will finish me inside. And I know, and God have already spoken to me, and my mind have told me this is what I want to do to me. So the luck I have is that they did not go with me to inside the house. Like according to the first chairman, because they are two chairmen, they are two friends. So the first one said, oh yeah, now Muko go inside the house. Like the other one that is very arrogant and that can keep person, just say no, leave him, give him key so that he can go inside by himself so that the camera won't notice there's anything going on. That is where God answered my prayer. And in that case, in the process, the gate was still open. I say, thank God. So when I was going, they left me so that they just leave me so I will go first. They were like looking at me. So the luck I have is that when I get to the doorstep of our apartment, I drop the key and I turn back. I say, Chairman, I've gone. No, I don't want to get myself engaged in this your nonsense work and this is not how you tell me. This is not how I came to meet it. So he said, no, wait. So I walk out. So I noticed they wanted to chase me. Then I pick a race. Then some Ghanaians were outside like, Charlie, what's going on? What's going on? I never even mind them just to run inside the bush.
Life after the escape hasn't been any better for all three, whose only wish was to go back home.
Because they think if we recycle now, the tell them say person will call our sister, our brother, they'll call us, make the same money come. All those ones, because they don't first send me money before. That's why they don't feel send me money again. I don't feel come my sister made the Nigeria. He made the Jamie before me send me money. Now I don't feel send me money. And my chairman I shop the money because they tell me say na lie, say not be my chairman shop, say na me. Me, go coffee contact my chairman, me we talk together. Say I take chop the money when I tell him, green. Now I call use my guy phone. I come meet for circle here, fill the shots, and he call you block me. And this my guy tell locate. Yes, she all block me. And this my guy call tell locate me go this our church. This church.
Right now you sleep. You sleep for circle.
I sleep for circle.
How the
for that
experience take be since you escape? How the experience take be? You sleep. How the job?
When I did that circle, so like but now I don't complete 2 weeks now. Now those Ghana, sometimes I figure meet Ghana say CIBO, they pursue me for
Ghanaians.
Ghanaians. If you go meet the sit up to the say please say they pursue me for which I don't know anybody for here. If you say okay, you know, if you give me money to go Nigeria, see what I do it. If you give me 50 cedis, 20 cedis, 10 cedis, I go see give me a season the shop. That park man they sleep so. Now that park man go now and they sleep. But now they don't they say they know they give me the sleep inside again. Now inside we be they sleep before. They know they give me the sleep and outside we can't sleep now.
Now you want to go back to Nigeria?
Yes, now I go back to Nigeria.
Many believe that these online fraud rings, as well as other criminals, use black magic, or what you may refer to as Juju. This assertion was confirmed by these young men who said their leaders use Juju for different purposes.
This things we are doing is not, sometimes there's something we call grace. You can just jam a helper, he will come just help you. And some that they are forming stubborn and you see they have money. You can't just let go of them like that. You can just go and tie them. That's where they are in Juju part is being involved. Not the Juju to rescue us. Anything Juju, we are not doing it for our own self. We are using it to lock those people there to favor us. I don't know if you are getting what I'm saying. So that is where the Juju aspect is being involved. Maybe
chairmen are not protecting themselves
that, like not Juju, they are not doing the Juju to protect themselves. To achieve the clients they are talking to themselves, so that they will not run, they will not block, they will not go. When I ask you money, you will give me. When I ask you only this, you will provide it for me. That is when I know you have the money, because you are not stupid. I will just be in with my ordinary eyes, just be asking for money, just be giving always. That is where grace speak. Maybe they will just be giving you, but it's get where you go reach, you know, go give you again. Your update will become complicated to him. Like, these people don't want to fraud me. So before you get that idea, our chairman, if he's the one auto is Juju, because some believe on grace.
They work, depends. And what thing will make them work now based on your chairman. Your chairman, if you go that Juju, then that Baba will give them condition. And generally, as in the general condition they mostly give to all the chairman in this Ghana is that they should stay away from sex.
So the chairman stay away from sex?
Yes. Yes. So that's how
It means that if your chairman have sex, they should
the thing will spoil. And they used to renew that Juju. I think like I don't know, it's them that knows. But all I know is that they used to renew that Juju. So once they tell them to stay away from sex, it's them that knows whether if they can do it or not. But most of the chairmen, they won't. And that is the reason why boys are not collecting money from the office. Like my chairman, he trains women like boxer.
I never ever use Juju. Only my chairman they bring something they can do Juju things. Now we all be like soap, so now see water, soap. We bring and come out to the bath. I don't know whether you know this thing. Baby, you're black. That charcoal me that they cook. You know those abokite they warm.
Yes.
Yeah, this thing. All those small, they go pack up inside. Go put fire, smoke, they come out, cover all of us for inside.
No, cover all of them.
Yes, same old, they tell us, say what we need. Tell the this, see what we need, say we need money, make clients. As we they born, make clients, they accept us. As we they use the Juju, now you know they work. You know they work.
Leadership of the Nigerian community in Ghana are hopeful this menace will soon become a thing of the past.
We are planning to set up a tripartite task force to climb on those their masters, because it is these their masters that we think by the time we can be able to get some of them and we let the Lord deal with them, I think maybe that will reduce. Nigerians are doing more good than harm in Ghana. But one thing about life is that the negative news travel far, travel more than whatever good you are doing. If you see Ghana today, Nigeria has contributed to the GDP of Ghana. You cannot be overemphasized that in Ghana today, if you want to talk about foreigners who are doing great to the economy of Ghana, Nigeria will be number one. Count the industries, the corporate institutions, the banking sector, all of this, Nigerians are taking lead in those areas. But there is a saying in Ghana that in every house there will be a Mensa. So the issue is that the only news that is traveling far is the mention they are mentioning more than the good ones. If you want to see the quota of Nigeria, these people are just about 5% of Nigeria who are living in Ghana. But as you know, and they say the good ones, the evil men did. It's on brass, but the good ones will be on water.
The new administration is trying every effort to make sure that we curtail this situation and make sure that we probably an end to it. We will discontinue these nefarious activities of our young ones, and with task force we are going to put in place, well, I'm very sure we will go a long way to make sure that we control, not only control, finally, resolve the matter.
I think if there's a unity between all the communities of Nigeria in Ghana, Hausa, Yoruba, Arewa, and Igbo community, if you all come together as like we are having all Nigerian community ANC to see to this thing in one voice and to fight it together, it will go a long way to curb all these things. Because as we are all in Ghana, that is not our home. If any one of them, on one of those boys is caught, they will say Nigeria. So on that note, each community has to come on board in order to fight this, so we can have a good name for Nigeria in Ghana or in any other place.
Victory, Victor, and Austin have returned to Nigeria with the hope of living a better life, and they don't look forward to returning to Ghana anytime soon. All efforts to get more details of activities of these crime rings from the Ghana Police Service proved futile. A report by Dorcas Ankuma and Adiola Babatunde for GhanaWeb TV and My Nigeria.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then, the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Gwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Show the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
I want you so bad, I'll fuck cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker, Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to our odwira series on GhanaWeb TV's People and Places. We brought you scenes and sounds from the first 2 days, but as usual, there's more to learn. The third day of Odwira, though solemn, was quite insightful. The day, which fell on a Wednesday, is a day for mourning the dead in a Kropong. Majority of the people you come across in the town are clothed in black or red. Chiefs, queen mothers and elders, as well as members of the general public, gather at the Okuapihine's palace to mourn with him. Once the Okuapihene comes to take his seat, some customary rites are undertaken.
And then Professor, one of them Professor, Omeje, one of them Omeje, Yakanse, Yakansuge, and Kabum, Yakuya, Sabia Daza, and Wadin, Punjabi, Okapi, Nane, Niarika, Abram, Olipabani, and Obiana, Oni, Agent Sakra, no, Sabre, they have their way,
Let's find out the importance of today's activities.
Enti ya na yeda a chese yan mofra yan manu makwapemfo nyina ne won e wo mia wode betu onfo de ate yan akwapemfo ya ma na kakra na yede kai yan agya yeri twodwure yi na yede kai won a won kan yan ho na ye bompai se wade fon kransi opema ye no bi hye bi
fo yan ma na kireze se awukudai ba ye kai kan ne ayi nyina na ne de specially no ne ho ne se wonga wu afimu nyina no ye frɛ won saman na ye ne wa akasa ne akachi wonse akwantu na wɔrekɔ no ɛyɛ bebre enti ye frɛ nananom a wonwu deda ho sɛ wo mehia won ani gye so sɛ ne bɛyɛ a wobitumi akodu eternity no bɔkɔ enti anɔpɛ yɛn a yɛ ahemfo no bia kɔ afie ma won awu wo ho yakobɔ mpan kyerɛ nananom sɛ wo mehia won nananom a wɔreba no na wo mo aninyi ɛwɔ baabi a wɔreba no tena no pes ɛne na afi na yabedu a yenzo ye ba be ye awukudan na yakae na ye kyerɛ odwira no na ɛsɛ ye ne ade nyina nti afi na yabedu a
In the afternoon, the Okuapehene and his elders change into warlike regalia and visit various royal homes to commiserate with them. Among the places he visited was the Akufu Heritage Home, where the Okuapehene spoke to the media about this year's event.
Na yahyehyɛ dem ha ye fred dem ha okoto brija nya ye kan ni se ye beye na ye tumi di eyi yen nena abakosam kakraba inti nya ye ni se ya ko kene wo ha oti forma oti ha otumi chia ne nkrofo nti sa na ye no enti mpacho se master ching ne antistella Yene Akufu Heritage Home for Naye. Thank you.
Na. Pacho, if he had it, send your work on the down. Yenina Yinfini. Me and Meka say Stella Apentine. Ye a descendant. Na ye young I say. Es ma. Legacies be brain, and we put it in motion. And now, Nyamiado Minister of Tourism, so what boy with some funding, Kakra, Edna, Yade Aye Abedu, and Nede House of Heritage, and so a camp, Wanga boying, and Nunti, send a beya, Ebe Buana Obiba, Crodria Yuma. Let's so banobeti Nana Kwesi Akufu ne ho abakosem no who's name and encouragement no who say and say yen refi yen kan one year no yen fi besua na yen so yen ayebi obeye bebre nintina railway pra betwa mu wo manwa ase ne paako.
Faces, the first face are area. There were other faces, there were 4 other faces. Nay, someone said an episode for over 147 with 62 recognized wives. Into your faces are area, first face. Your second face here, ne bedroom, and you can say ne production room. Other one, and money, Asana Yabako gallery, Asana Yako other facilities. Into your henny, Yamu, na Yamfa. I mean, yeah, the other faces, you know. Young assembly. Mobile Cropa, Mon Modern Mombra, House of Heritage, Juma Waya, Ekufu Heritage Home, Miami. I have a semen from Yamil Farm, a semen de Bibri or Ha Sabi, a Boachi or Mangana. Nti mesre se obi biara se bi obomu se wa bedu okropon mu ha obidu epiapem mu ha but modern nabra ekropon nabra House of Heritage ejuma wa ya wa ha wo Ekufu Heritage o medamase.
And that is how we end the activities for Wednesday. When we return, we'll find out what happens on Thursday. Stay tuned.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
You're still watching People and Places on GhanaWeb TV, and this is the third part of our odwira series. Before the break, we learned about activities that take place on Wednesday. Stay with us as we now bring you activities for Thursday. On Thursday, the Okuapehene sits in state to receive gifts and donations from all well-wishers. Unlike Wednesday, majority of the people you meet in a Kopong on Thursday are in white. We spoke to the Okuapehene's Chief of Staff, George Adoyobo. He tells us what to expect on the day. Later in the day, the Okuapehene sends the Bemuhene and some other chiefs to feed their ancestors and gods of the land. Indigents and visitors also gather at the forecourt to witness and join the procession. When it is time to move, the Bemuhene, joined by other chiefs and royals, come out to pour libation and perform other customary rites before procession begins. Like the first 2 days, gunshots are fired throughout the procession. It's been a day of interesting sights and sounds, and I hope you enjoyed it as I did. There's one more activity that takes place on Thursday evening, and only a specified group of people are allowed to take part in it. So there's a curfew in the town from 8 p.m. We were told some special stools are taken to a stream for washing, and also all divisional chiefs renew their pledge to the Okuapehene during this curfew. This is how we end this episode of People and Places. See you again soon.
Every year, thousands of people around the world fall victim to online fraud. From investment fraud, romance scam, recruitment scam, to online shopping fraud, criminals have developed various ways of using the internet to dupe people of their monies all around the world.
Investment fraud, okay, where people create various businesses on social media and ask people to deposit some amount of money with them, and within a short period of time they guarantee you very high returns. Okay, now people send their monies and they do not hear anything again, where people assume the profiles of other people, soldiers, military men working in various countries, okay, and then they try to lure people, date them online, and then through that they are able to defraud them of several amounts of money. Recruitment scam also has to do with job seekers on social media. So someone creates again a page or a profile on social media, sometimes impersonating our various security agencies like the police, the military and all of that, and then they start making posts that we are recruiting and the processes involved and all of that. Now people also go on there and then they become victims. By when they go through the process, they are asked to pay certain amounts of monies and they do not hear anything again. Another one also has to do with online shopping fraud, okay, where businesses are being created on social media. I mean, during COVID, one way or the other, we're all shopping online, okay, doing, and then it is dispatched to you, you receive, you make payment, or sometimes you need to make payments before you receive the item and all of that. Criminals also took advantage of that, created various, or they still do, create various pages of businesses online. Even some they still even impersonate actual businesses, okay, and then they offer goods at very should I say
relatively low price.
Very, yes, I wouldn't even say relatively low, you'd say maybe it's a bit, but prices that you wouldn't find anywhere, just to lure victims into doing that.
How do they operate?
They gave me a PC and gave me directions and also give me websites. That was the thing that they gave to me for me to work. They taught me how to chat people online, tell them that this thing is like this, which is not, for me to collect money from them.
So they taught you how to chat.
Yes.
They gave you a laptop, obviously.
Yes.
And what websites were those? Do you remember 2 or 3 websites?
Just Korea.
Korean websites?
Yes. They will give you their website. You go in there. Sometimes you might even hack it. You go in there.
You have hackers in?
Yes. In our office. There are some
websites?
Yes. Like me. They taught me. Yes, they taught me. So you go in there. Depends on the years of the website. You can hack it.
It be dating work, or you just before, because now I for start dating work.
Ghana for start
dating work. Now Ghana for Nigeria, now Bitcoin I feel they do.
Bitcoin fraud.
Bitcoin fraud.
How?
I feel they do like if you have 1,000 Ghana cedis, I will use it to change to
1,000 naira. Thank you.
If you have 10,000 naira,
10,000.
I will give you 20,000 naira. That's the way they do it. They do the Bitcoin.
So what you go tell client?
I will tell her, if I don't post back or I don't post say giveaway, I they do giveaway of 20,000 naira every Friday. Then I will see that giveaway. So that giveaway me I post for, and you'll be like your Instagram now. I call account. Or your post back or put. Maybe that giveaway. So I post on you. They your friends. They go to say now you. They will call the request. Say how they do it, and I get the money. You know, tell them see the way you can get it. 50 to get 100, 20 to get 40. Is the way we do it.
Between 2019 and 2022, over 6,000 reports of online fraud were made to the Cyber Security Authority. Through investigations, the authority confirmed about 3,000 of these reports to be truly cases of online fraud. According to the authority, perpetrators thrive on the weakness of their victims, which is trust.
The criminals are using what we call social engineering. Okay, Ghanaians naturally we are gullible. Okay, so we tend to trust easily. That is what they use. So social media is more of playing on our minds, okay, to do or to commit crime. So we are seeing cybersecurity as more of a technical problem, but it is equally a very social problem. So our trusting nature is what is being used. The next thing that is being used is greed. So when you look at the various investment scams that are happening, okay, give me 500, I'll give you 5,000 in a week time. These are some of the things, and also we are very trusting. So social engineering has been the main form of modus, okay, through which these criminals are using. For instance, there is a new observed type of cybercrime that we are seeing, okay.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The Reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk. Yummy. Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely. House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Oba Hofefo, Bramientra the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
What brings you to Ghana?
I think 2 things really. I think sports and rediscovering my West African roots.
What food have you tried so far?
I tried the jollof last night, but authentic jollof for the first time, yeah.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafia and today I'm here with a former Chelsea player who won their Champions League with them way back as far as 2012. He got the opportunity to play with some of Ghana's very own players like Michael Essien, among the likes of other African players like Didier Drogba. Well, lately, some Ghanaian players have been doing tremendously well in the Premier League. We get to know if he's monitoring them and what also brings him to Ghana. Bertrand, welcome.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good, man.
Nice having you. What brings you to Ghana?
I think two things, really. I think sports and in general, and also just part of me, you know, kind of rediscovering my West African roots, to be honest. So I get to fulfillment, but also get to achieve purpose through sports, hopefully, with our projects going forward.
Wow, this is first time learning that you have West African roots. Where, to be precise?
So to be honest, I'm a diasporan, so it's ultimately, you know, my roots come back to West Africa from my grandparents, which I'm, you know, slowly developing. I think it's through, you know, Nigeria, Ghana, and Cote d'Ivoire, around these areas. So,
okay.
Well, around the West, yeah. So as you can imagine, probably for another time to go into the deeper story around it. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to, you know, coming back and really engaging with the communities of Africa.
But ever since you came, how has the experience been? I know you've been here for a little while, but how's the experience been so far?
It's been amazing. Everything that a lot of my Ghanaian friends have told me, from the moment we got off the plane, the reception so, you know, so warming and welcoming, that, you know, it's been great since then.
Do you ever contact any of your former teammates or any Ghanaian player you knew before coming to Ghana?
I spoke briefly with Essien a bit, but my friends at Copan, you know, were, you know, well versed in the landscape of Ghana. So yeah, I trusted, you know, my friends, and here I am today.
Yeah, with Kopman, tell us, what's your partnership with them? We want to know more about you and what you are dealing into.
Yeah, so I think it stemmed from friendship first. Friendship and values. Our values align. I would like to do my part for, you know, in West Africa, to help, you know, develop sports and to use sports as a purpose to help develop communities as well. So going forward from that, you know, they have a fantastic sporting project currently. So first of all, it's about me coming and listening, you know, and engaging with, you know, communities and the guys, and seeing where I can add value and help out. So going forward, it'd be an evolving project. Okay, so what's the project called? Because I'm learning of FA Sports and Koopman Agency. Yeah. Can you? So I help found and I just advise with a sports agency in the UK called FA Sport. Okay. And Koopman obviously do the same. And where we have shared values, because I know both parties, you know, it's okay, how can we combine and create synergies and help possibly discover more talents, use football as a tool together to engage with communities and develop, you know, society, as well as providing pathways for players. Okay. Now, what do you look out for when identifying players? I think when, you know, identifying players, it's, you know, the statistics are great, but I think everybody can see statistics if someone scores 10 goals or a hat-trick. But realistically, I'm looking for moments, you know, moments of, one, commitment and desire to play for their team, but also just the moments, you know, the key, real high-level moments that immediately I can recall and I've seen from other legendary players, or in specific moments that I believe is a real elite level talent that can show. It could be anything from a turn, a touch, a weight of pass, a particular moment of the game, how they handled it, and just looking for these little moments. And then once you see them moments, then you'll look a bit deeper. Yeah. When you say all this moments and traits, you made mention that it's easy to identify someone who is a striker. Maybe they score goals. These are statistics which helps them get out there. But identifying someone like a defender or a midfielder, how difficult is it
knowing that they don't have to score goals, maybe tackles, maybe passes, and all that.
So it comes down to, for me, I'm fortunate in terms of, I use pattern recognition a lot, where I've seen many players at the elite level, day in, day out, played with and played against. So when I see them traits, whether it's a midfielder showing for the ball, not just showing for the ball, but showing for the ball at the right time, when the opponent's ready, when your teammate's ready to pass. Sometimes people can show too early, or sometimes people can show too late. But sometimes it's the timing of the movement. So you look at more attributes to find in the top players.
Now, what advice will you give to an up-and-coming footballer who's looking up to you, has watched you and the Premier League, they monitor other players in the Premier League, but they feel like it's far away from them. The African continent is detached from the European football. You have to work yourself up all the way from the grassroots to maybe the national league level before you can get the attention of maybe big clubs or big agents. What will you advise them to do?
Yeah, you have to stay committed. You have to stay, you have to believe that it will come one day also, and you have to stay just committed, work on your craft and just keep working. Or don't be distracted by any of the extracurricular activities that might happen as you get older, because I feel if you get older, you're still young. People might think you need to be 18, gone to Europe or something. There's plenty of time still, but the focus can sometimes become tougher, I feel, for a younger player, because the older you get, the more activities you enable you to do. So can you retain that focus? And if you do that, retain that focus in them crucial stages, then I'm sure you'll push through.
Now, looking at your era and looking at this era, you may want to say sometimes it's hard for you to get international recognition, but the introduction or emergence of social media has given a platform for players to have their own kind of media files on their profiles or accounts before they even blossom to become big players. Do you think they should take advantage of social media where they play maybe five-a-side football growing up from age 7 to even grow their profile?
Yeah, definitely. I think the modern day footballer is a brand, more than ever. So one thing is, you don't need to be on social media showing all the skills, but if you can use social media to show, your games, how you're good, what you do, what you achieve, and to show yourself, that's a definite platform that you can put yourself on for exposure. And technology can help Africa unearth a lot more talents than it already does.
Okay, I see that. I'm sure definitely once you're in Ghana, you've been monitoring Ghanaian football. What are your thoughts on the development of football in Ghana?
So I think the team in itself is in a little bit of a transition, but it's got some fantastic players that are in there now and been key to some of the last performances. In Kudus and Ernest, I think they're two fantastic players coming through, and that's testimony to the organisation, how they're recruiting and how they're developing. But also, you've got people like Right to Dream here that are, doing a fantastic job for providing pathways, not just in a sporting sense, but as an academic sense.
Yeah.
So, the more of these pathways, but with purpose, for good-hearted people with the right intentions, can only mean good things going forward.
Aside Kudus and Ernest Miyama, we also have the likes of Pate coming up. Do you think we've been able to produce enough talent out there in terms of for the global markets?
Yeah, and I think it's positioning, and I think also one thing coming back to the earlier point with players, it's not always go straight to the biggest and coolest club. You have to think of your steps as pathways.
Okay.
So you want to play at the next level where you can still play your game and develop and keep going well. If you sometimes make a jump too high, that can actually harm your development.
Oh, okay.
So you want to position yourself in a place where is a challenge, is the next step, but you can still flourish and develop there.
All right. Saying that it makes me go back to the question, like you're an 18-year-old and let's say Chelsea comes for you, or let's say Manchester City or one of the big clubs come for you, but you know you're 18 years, you're going to meet other players who are their prime, 25 years, and you have a mid-table club coming for you. Would you advise players to settle in for that mid-table club where they will get more playing time instead of going to the big clubs?
Yeah, I think on you look at it black and white, you can say, oh, the middle club would be better, but that's not always necessarily the case. It all depends. It's all relative to the situation, I feel, and you will only know by when you communicate with the club what plan do they have for you. You know, how are they communicating with you? Do you really feel that these people have got your best interests in heart to develop you? Then it's no problem going to the big club, because also being around the best, you develop more as well in that sense. So not only just get playing time, you might have less playing time, but because you're around the best, you will learn new skills and abilities and moments of the game.
Now, looking at Ghana football, well, what can we do to be among the elites out there? What can we do?
I think you can see you're bearing the fruits of the hard work that's going on in the country.
Yeah.
And I think just patience. I think it will just be a matter of time. But patience is tough when you have so much passion, and the Ghanaian fans have so much passion for their national team and want them to be the best all the time. But it's understanding transitions and being patient. But I have no doubt, and they're in great hands with the manager currently, Chris Hughton, to nurture through the next generation.
Mentioning Chris Hughton, we'll come back to that, but what do you think England is doing differently that Ghana can learn from?
England are kind of ahead in terms of their transition. So it's probably not so much learning, but it's just understanding where Ghana is in their transition compared to where England are. So yeah, so it's hard to compare both because there are slightly different transitions, I feel, in the team. I think if you let the Ghanaian squad mature for a few years, then you could probably probably needs a couple more years to mature and develop before we can compare, really.
Okay. Now, talking about Coach Chris Hughton, you mentioned him. Did you ever encounter him in the Premier League, maybe at any club level, or maybe
opposition level, and played against him quite a few times, and was a prominent character, and lastly done a fantastic job at Brighton when he was there, and a few friends of mine had played with him and spoke of him, so I'm fully confident in his abilities to be able to nurture this generation through.
Now he came into the Black Stars, and I think this is his first time of coaching a national team and looking at the terrain and all that. It looks quite difficult. Do you think the national team, we as fans, or have to be a little patient with him?
Yeah, definitely. But it's the hardest thing in football because we're so passionate and we want to win. But yeah, probably just taking a half a step back and giving time and allowing growth.
England has been yearning to win the World Cup for quite some time now. We always hear it's coming home at the 2022 World Cup. Well, we watched the World Cup, then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Morocco managed to make it to the semis. Did it come as a surprise to you?
Yeah, but I think in tournament football especially, you have to be prepared for surprises. It's not always the informed team that is the most successful. It's for every given moment on that particular moment of the game. It's whoever can manage the occasion better.
Yeah, but looking at the Moroccan team, you think they've really developed their football to that highest level? Because they didn't start from just the men's national team. They are doing well when it comes to other...
I think they've had a cohesive kind of strategy from the top down. I haven't spoke to the association of Ghana understood their logistics of how they're operating. I'm sure they developed a really nice centre for the Moroccan national teams to go to and to develop from. So yeah, I'm not sure the facilities that Ghanaian Black Stars have. Do you have a centralised base?
Yeah. So the GFA or the Ghana Football Association have other. When you go to other regions, we have other RFAs over the regional FAs over there.
Okay.
Then we also have the GFA. It's not far from here though. So what they do is they communicate with them and they scout players all across the country. Then they put them in the national team from the youth level all the way up there. Yeah. So that's how it is.
Yes, that's what I mean. I think they have similar processes. It's just hopefully it's just a matter of time.
Okay, well, you're still watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV, and my guest today is the former Chelsea player Ryan Bertrand. For the moment, we are just talking about his time in Ghana. Then we'll zoom into when he played for Chelsea and more on what he makes of the Black Stars and more. But for now, we're taking a short break, and when we return, we'll talk some more.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk. Yummy. Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and you're still watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm here with Ryan Bertrand, the former Chelsea player. Ryan, in 2010, Ghana was at the verge of making it to the semi-final of the World Cup for the first time. We got a penalty at the last minute, and it was Luis Suarez. Everyone definitely got to know about it, and Asamoah kicked the ball and unfortunately missed. At that point in time, what was running through your head? Can you tell us how you remember that particular moment?
Yes, I think it gets played when I hear, I don't recall personally, but I hear through my teammates and stuff that of that moment how pivotal it was and the frustrations of the fans as well in that particular moment. But through these moments, you learn and you grow. And I think there's only one place to go from that, and that is forward. So, like I said, slowly but surely, I'm sure we'll develop.
If you were Luis Suarez and you were playing for England, would you have taken that decision as well? Tough question.
Yeah, it's a tough question. One thing I would say is, I can't really answer, but one thing I would say is, when you're in that moment, on there, the adrenaline's going, and you're playing for your country, the mind can do crazy things. So we'll just leave it at that.
Well, among the players you played with, did you get to play with Danny Welbeck in the English national team?
Yeah, played with him.
How was the moment like playing with Danny Welbeck, knowing that he was from Ghana and naturalized to play for the English national team? Your impressions on?
Yeah, no, he was super nice guy, a good friend, and was a fantastic player. Had a fantastic career at Man U, and still going strong for Brighton now. Yeah. Adding value as more of a senior player. But it's testament to him. He's still going strong.
Yeah. And aside from Danny Welbeck, lately we've been getting some Ghanaian players that we've been trying to pursue. That is the GFA, to come and play for the national team. That is the Black Stars. We managed to get Tariq Lamptey, but we still have Eddie Nketiah and Callum Hudson-Odwira, the former Chelsea player, over there. Do you think we should still pursue these players? as an FA?
Definitely, I think you should do. You should never close the door on anyone, especially when fantastic people that come and help the country through performance. So definitely, there's some fantastic players out there. Probably still need a little bit of time to think, and probably they want to establish their game fully in Europe at a domestic level. And then I'm sure it would be great if more and more of them come and join the Black Stars for sure.
Not only for Edin Ketia and Callum Hudson-Odoi, I'm sure definitely you've heard of Rax Sechi and others. Maybe during your time with Southampton or Leicester City, you could have seen other players. When you look at players who maybe have grown in England but have not established contacts with their mother country in Africa, do you think maybe they should take an approach to maybe come back home if there's not that opportunity for countries they want to represent?
Yeah, definitely they should do if they want to play international football. And there's nothing better than representing your country, whichever side of your family that lies on. That's an amazing achievement, and for sure I think maybe even identifying players a lot earlier at the national level to maybe provide them a pathway to senior football a lot earlier, that could probably help as well.
But what informed your decision to become a footballer growing up?
Just natural, nothing pushing me into it. I just loved it from the moment I saw it. I think I was with my dad, and he would would just kick the ball around, and then since then I just didn't leave a ball. So yeah, I just loved it ever since.
Okay. And what was your biggest achievement in football till date? What has been your biggest achievement?
Biggest achievement? I'm gonna probably say 3 things.
Okay.
Sorry, I have to put 3 things on there.
Let's go.
Can't really separate. Actually, two things.
Okay.
2 things are the clear biggest ones. Is one, playing for your country, since you're on that topic.
Okay.
It was an amazing feeling. Playing at Wembley for England was amazing for anyone. The Champions League as well, winning this was an absolute crazy, amazing moment, personally. And I think just below them, probably, the PFA Team of the Year that was voted in the Premier League, and getting that recognition that, I was the best left back in the one of the biggest leagues in the world.
Now, winning the Champions League, you made your debut in that final. That is unprecedented. How did you prepare yourself for that particular moment?
I think my loans earlier in my career probably helped me. Although be it the magnitude of the games and no comparison, there was a saying I learned that always said, play the game and not the occasion. So no matter how big the game gets, try and understand that it's just another game of football. Even though it's not, but you have to try and, as much as you can, focus and just be like, it's just another game. But try and blur out the noise.
How was the experience like?
It was amazing. The approach, the day, the stadium, the fans, everything was a true spectacle that I'll never forget.
Didier Drogba scored a goal in that particular final. What was the feeling like knowing that this was your second time of approaching the Champions League title? Bayern were looking like favourites to win it till the penalty.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. And what a story for Didier as well. I think he was leaving the club after that season. So to do it in that moment, and how he, scored the goals, the vital goals, and the performance it was like a story, almost like a movie.
Yeah. And about Michael Essien, he played a vital role in that particular lead up to the final. How was it like playing with Michael Essien, training, his character and everything?
Amazing. I think when I was young, coming into the squad, as a person, he helped me a lot.
Okay.
just a nice guy to be around and very accommodating to the youth, which is, you know, is very, you know, it's a big moment when you start to step up and play with them, especially because he was such a, you know, a legend and such a big player in the sporting sense. So, yeah.
Any funny, memorable time with Michael Essien at Chelsea?
Every day is fun with Mikey. He's always, you know, he'll be a warrior on the pitch, but a big, you know, laughable character in the dressing room.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. But looking at Chelsea, it's been a decade since you won that particular Champions League. Tuchel came in and they managed to do that. Now looking at the current phase under Todd Bowley and Mauricio Pochettino, do you think the Champions League might be in sight for the next 5 years?
5 years, definitely. I think 5 years, definitely. I think understanding they're in a transition. So, yeah, it'd be an interesting couple of years. But I'm sure if they develop in the right way and manage to really fulfill their potential, the players that they've bought, then hopefully from year 2, year 3, year 4, they can start to challenge again.
Yeah. Aside Michael Essien, did he get to play with another Ghanaian player, Daniel Amati?
Yeah, Dan, super nice guy as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great warrior. He's in Turkey now. Yeah.
Yeah. Aside these two players, maybe any other player?
No, it's well back in the youth teams. Aston Villa.
Jordan Ayew, you never get to play with him?
No.
It was after he came?
No, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Played against them a few times, both of them.
But these days, one of the players who played for one of your former clubs is Kamaldeen Sulemana. What are your impressions of him?
Yeah, a very good player. I think he's a very good player and fantastic asset for Southampton to have, and I'm sure they were lucky to hold on to him. I think he had a tough start with a new manager as well to his life there, but I think him, if you look at Southampton's results of late, him coming back into the team seems to have had a positive impact on the results. So for sure he's a very dangerous player that Southampton need to, you know, utilise.
Now, with you as a player, did you combine football with your books? Getting to know that you probably had attended Harvard University. How did you manage to do that?
So that was through lockdown, actually. It was an online course.
Oh, okay.
So I wanted to, while I had time, I'm always trying to stay ahead of the curve in life and know that football's not going to last forever. So I'll use that moment to take a course in alternative investments through Harvard in the online space to get to know the investment landscape, because ultimately I want that to be part of my future going forward.
Okay, so it's not only about football, but you have other portfolios.
Yeah, portfolios where we can invest across the landscape of Africa, across all different sectors that are underpinned by a philosophy of helping communities as well. How can we invest in things that can help people?
Now, before we wrap up, let's talk about Eden Hazard, your former Chelsea teammate who recently retired. Any special words for him, Eden?
Yeah, Eden was one of the best players I've ever played with, superhuman, and everybody says maybe it's too soon, he should keep going, but his career's been amazing, and to finish at Madrid, not many people can say that. So yeah, he's had a fantastic career and deserves everything.
Now, who would you say is your favorite African player of all time? I'm sure you've seen Eto'o, Drogba.
So many, yeah. We have so many, which is amazing. And, African players have done so much in history. I think something a bit different. I was very young watching, so you didn't really encapsulate all of my life, football life, but I think studying the game and thinking of business and moving from sports into the business of sports and investing, slightly different trajectory, but the principle is the same. I think you have to look at people like Juju. If you think, he had the humility to retrain, relearn, and now he's leading the country. So he's you know, it's a bit of an inspiration like that, how you can be something and then retrain to establish yourself as a leading person in another field.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a bit of an inspiration for people to look at.
Oh, okay. Now, when it comes to Ghana, who would be your ultimate? I'm not going to say because you've played with Michael Essien. There's Suleiman Zari who came to Portsmouth, later came to what's their name? Sunderland. Asamoah also played for Sunderland. Then we've had the Ayew brothers. Recently you have Thomas Partey and Tony Yeboah and the likes. Who would you say your favorite Ghanaian player is?
Who's a good one? You say Yeboah?
Tony Yeboah. Yeah.
Crazy, can you imagine? Everyone wanted to score his goals, right?
Till date, how does the Leeds community treat Tony Yeboah till date? For those in Ghana, we don't know how.
I'm not sure, but we're going to go with Tony Yeboah because throughout my whole youth and still to this day, there's no better goal than scoring a crossbar and in, right? And I think his goals encapsulated all of my youth, trying to recreate his goals. Yeah.
Now, if you get to create your own five-a-side team, give us 5 players who will be there.
Stop off the top. Let's say. I would say Eden Hazard for sure. In goal, you know, Peter Cech. I'd say it's going to be Chelsea, so I might sound biased, but you have to understand the players that were there. It was very tough to beat. So yeah, so I'd say John Terry.
Okay.
Eden Hazard, Peter Cech, Drogba.
Okay.
I'm trying to think outside of it now.
Mm.
In a second. It's probably Rooney.
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 Oh, okay, okay. That's nice. Now, since you're in Ghana, we have to do this. What's your favorite food, or what food have you tried so far?
I tried the jollof last night, but authentic jollof for the first time, yeah. And amazing. I love spicy food, so it will go with any dish for me forevermore now.
So you're going to take jollof back home?
Everywhere, yeah.
Okay.
Everywhere.
But have you ever listened to any Ghanaian or African music? Do you know any Ghanaian musician?
Yeah, I do. I've got lots in my phone, but I need to find name.
Stone Boy. In Ghana, we have Stone Boy, Shatawale, we have Sarkodie.
I'm gonna
Black Sheriff.
Rings a bell.
Yeah.
I need to. I've probably got them on my phone. I'll message you. I'll send you the ones I have later.
Yeah. But your last words for young footballers in Ghana and everyone. What would be your last words?
Stay focused. That is it. Stay focused and enjoy the process.
All right. So that's Ryan Bertrand, the former Chelsea player who won the UEFA Champions League with them as far back as 2012 and had the opportunity to play with Essien. He's talked a lot about the Black Stars and also what he'll be doing here in Ghana and more, and even said that his favorite food is jollof. Well, it's been a great time with him here on Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio. Thanks for doing the watching. See you another time.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The Reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. What percent beauty are more revealed with quality makeup products? There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't make one kasa.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
What were the symptoms like?
Okay. At times, I don't know how to. You may know feeling dizzy, not okay, can't sleep.
Is it an uneasy feeling?
It's abnormal.
This is still our continual conversation on GhanaWeb's campaign to have Parliament pass a legislation on organ donations. We're at Latebi Okoshi to speak with Kweku. Kweku has been on dialysis for a while now. He's battling kidney disease. Kweku, how are you doing today?
I'm fine, sir.
Okay, and we're glad that you allowed us into your space. I want us to begin from the start. When did you find out that you had this medical condition?
Okay. I completed SHS on 2015. So I did apply electricity, and I decided I would learn the field work.
Okay.
So I was working with a company in Kumasi called ASIP Electrical Contractors.
Okay.
So I worked with them 1 year, which is 2016. So I picked my health insurance, and I was saying, early in the morning, I was saying, oh, throughout 2015, I didn't go to hospital. And my mom called me that he had sent me money, so I should go and renew the health insurance. So our office is at Edu.
Okay.
But the health insurance office is at Bantima. So I went to Bantima to do the renewal. So immediately I get down, my uncle sells TVs and those stuff at the downstairs. So I decided I'll pass there and then.
That's in Edum. Oh, okay.
So that's Bantima.
Oh, sorry, Bantima. Yeah. So you moved from Edum to Bantima. Yeah. Okay.
So I passed there, and I greeted him, and then immediately I came out. I wasn't on myself, though I wasn't sick, but seems like I'm some way. So I decided now I have renewed my insurance. I'll pass Quadas for SDA and see. So I went there, and then the nurses, they will first check your blood pressure. So they checked my blood pressure, and it was very high. So the lady told me I should go and sit down for 30 minutes and come back. So I was there 30 minutes and then come back. Still, it was high. So we do it continuously till the night, 6 p.m. Still, it was high. So the doctor told me they can't allow me to go home with this high blood pressure. So they have to admit me at Quadas SDA. So I was there for 3 days. Still, the blood pressure was high. So the doctor told us it may be lead to renal failure, which is kidney disease. So they gave us a referral letter to come to Kolebu to come and see a specialist. So I moved to Accra here. That's why I come to Accra.
Okay.
And then we went to see a specialist at medical block
at
Kolebu. We did a lot of tests. Then they found out that the creatinine and then the urea is high. That's the symptoms of renal failure. So they admitted me on ward medical ward 3
This all happened in 2016.
2016.
Okay.
Medical was 3. So they decided they will monitor me and give me some drugs and see whether it will recover. But I was there for a month still. Then time I was passing the urine. All right, everything is okay. No symptoms of sickness or I'm okay, I'm fit. But the lab test is showing there's a problem. So in the next month, I was still on ward. And I started getting the symptoms. So they told me.
What were the symptoms like?
Okay. At times, I don't know how to. You may know feeling dizzy, not okay, can't sleep. So complicated.
Was this is it an uneasy feeling?
It's abnormal.
Okay.
So they told me then I have to start dialysis. So they first passed line on my neck. Yeah. So I was using my neck. That one is called Pemicat.
Okay.
So I used that one for I think 2 or 3 months. And it got infected.
Okay.
So they have to move to different place. And they came to my chest, which is here. They pass another line here, they remove this one. So I used this one, and then it came to a point they have to come and write Nobdek at Kumasi.
You had to come and write Nobdek?
Yes.
Okay.
Though I wasn't going to school, I was at the ward, but I said I won't allow it to pass. I'll come and write something.
You wanted to better your grades.
So I told them to cover it, for me to come and write the exams and then come back. So they cover it. And then I came back to Kumasi and they write the exams. Then come back to hospital. And then this one too got infected.
For the second time, so the neckline got infected. The chest line as well. Also got infected.
This one.
Okay.
So this is the first one. This is the second one.
Okay.
And then they have to do fistula. So this is the fistula. They will cut here and join the artery and the vein. The reason is the artery is under, but that one has high blood pressure. And then the machine needs the high pressure so that it can suck more blood for it to treat it and then take it back to the body. But because it's under, they will struggle before they will get it. But the veins are on top.
So they need to bypass it.
They have to join them.
Oh,
the artery and the vein, so that the pressure in the artery will pass through in the vein so that the machine will get the same pressure. So that's what they did here. But because I've been using it for a long time, that's why it has raised the muzzle has raised. Getting to 7 years.
Okay, so this is where you
So here's where I do dialysis.
Okay.
They pass one needle here and then another one here.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So eventually you started treatment in 2016 and you've been on dialysis for
7 years.
7 years. How has it been?
Very difficult.
Help us understand how difficult it's been. Financially, has it affected your...
Financially, emotionally, everything, physically, everything.
How has your life changed between then when you were...
Totally changed.
Tell me some of the things you could do then that you can't do now.
I was very strong. At the age of 19 years, I was able to use my one hand to lift 25 liters of oil from ground to my head.
You lifted all the way?
At the age of 19, I was very strong.
And that's just a lost memory. You can't do that again.
At times, even a bottle of water, you can't even pick it and then drink it.
You mean the normal...
5 ml. It's not easy. Lost all of my energy.
You don't work? Do you work now?
Okay. I decided I won't stay home. I will go to school.
Okay.
Though I'm doing the dialysis, which is 2017. So I told my brother I want to go to school, and they said no, I should stay home. So I persist that no, I'll go. So they made me buy form for Accra Poly.
Okay.
So I started. First semester, I passed all. I was doing electrical and electronic engineering, HND. Then they said, okay, you can do it. So continue. So I finished the HND, got second class lower. But the time I was doing my service, my lecturers saw that I can do better, but because of my condition, so they made me as a teaching assistant at school.
Okay, so you were a teaching assistant at, that's now Accra Technical University. Okay.
Telecom.
Okay.
Telecom department.
All right.
So I take that advantage to do my top up, which is the first degree, because I can come to school on 8 a.m. and close at 5, and then do the top up 2 hours.
Okay.
So I'll close at like 10 p.m. and then come home. So I said, okay, I'll do it.
And all this time you were battling this?
I do dialysis twice a week.
That's a lot of determination.
At the time I was doing my my top up, they gave us opportunity to go and do industrial attachment. That's where I made this Portuguese company, which is SG Queen.
Okay.
So I did my industrial attachment over there, which is 3 months.
Which is which year?
3 months.
You did it which year?
2022.
You finished last year. So when you're doing your top up, you...
The time I was doing my top up, they gave us break to go and do industrial attachment for 3 months.
Okay, so you were still in school in 2023?
No, I've completed.
Okay. When did you finish the top up?
2022.
Okay. But before you completed, you had to do the industrial
attachment.
Okay, all right. And that was when you met this company?
Yes, okay. So after the 3 months, they employed me.
Okay.
So I was electrical engineer, but they don't have safety supervisor, which is so they told me I should work as safety supervisor. But when I got to the field, I'll work as an electrical engineer. I'm a supervisor. I assemble the UPS batteries. I do a lot of things. I know how to do house wiring, everything. Then I know AutoCAD, which is
the app
we use for the electrical drawings and those stuff. So when I'm not feeling well, I'll be in the office, then doing the AutoCAD. But after dialysis, a day before, I can go to the field and work.
Which is an understanding your company had with you.
Yes.
I want us to just catch your breath just for a bit. We'll just take a quick break. When we return, we'll continue our conversation with Kweku. Remember that GhanaWeb's Excellence Awards 2023 is also open. It's a women's edition. You can visit www.GhanaWeb.com. You get all the details there on how to nominate who you think should win any of the categories. We'll be back shortly.
Here's how to nominate your favorite for the awards.
Visit www.GhanaWebExcellenceAwards.com and click Nominations bar or click the Nominations banner on www.GhanaWeb.com. Provide your personal details by entering your first and last names. Fill in your contact details, that is, phone number and email address. Select the appropriate category out of 17 options for your nominee. Provide the personal details of your nominee. Provide at least one or more social handles of your nominee. Tell us why she qualifies for the selected category and then proceed. You receive a pop-up with "Would you like to make another nomination?" If yes, click yes and go through the same process of nominating another woman. If no, click no and you are done nominating your nominee.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't me call one casa.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Still here with Kweku. Kweku has been battling with kidney disease for a while now. We're just talking about how you completed your degree and how you got a job. I see that you have some certificates here. These are, so this is one of your certificates. This is for your HND, right? This is for HND. So this is from Accra Technical University, National Board for Professional and Technical Examinations. So Kweku finished this in 2020. All right, and then you went on, took advantage, and did this, which is also from, this is also from the ATU, Accra Technical University, and this December 2022. So you were able to do all this, and that's very, very impressive. Now you get to start working with this company. Tell me about the work there, and then also while you're still battling this disease, and are you still working there?
Okay. They just laid me off last week.
You were laid off?
Yes. We are done.
Okay.
We are done with the main contract is for Vomit. SG Coin is subcontractors. We are doing the electrical part, plumbing, heat and ventilation. So we are done with our part. Mm-hmm. So now they are laying some of the workers off, like.
Because the main project is basically done. Okay.
The rest too, they are taking them to different sites, which is African Games, where they are building the stadium. They have project there.
Is that the one in Accra?
Yes, Accra.
Okay.
But my position, they already have something.
Somebody there, so
that's why they laid me off.
Ooh, that's going to be tough on you.
Very tough.
But generally, how was the working relationship? Your employers knew about your medical condition?
Yes, my boss knew.
Okay, and he was really lenient?
Yeah, so he very, very lenient. Though they are white, but they were very good. They gave me 2 days free to go for dialysis.
Okay.
When it's time for dialysis,
you don't
I just inform them I'm going for dialysis. So okay, and then I will leave.
And they don't take that out of your pay?
No, they pay me fully.
That's a very interesting
Yes.
thing. Very, very good of your bosses.
Yes, Mr. Pedro and then his team.
And we're grateful.
All of them are, very grateful.
So now, no work.
No work.
You have to go back to Kolebu to do dialysis.
But I was supposed to do it at Kolebu, but now Kolebu is not working.
But you were there all the while at Kolebu?
Yes. The time I was working, I was doing it at Kolebu. But getting to 2-3 months, Kolebu is not functioning.
You mean now? Yes. The last 2 to 3 months, Kolebu is not been functioning. So how do you get dialysis?
That's the problem. You just move around and searching for private clinics.
Private?
Yes.
That sounds like more expensive.
More expensive than Kolebu.
Kolebu, how much did you used to pay?
At first, Kolebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Okay.
But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session?
Yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah. How do you pay for such a thing? Are you getting some kind of support for this kind of? How do you pay for them?
By Lord's grace. And then my family members, my brothers, they are working overnight.
What, are they here?
Yes, they are here.
Okay, but they work overnight.
Yeah.
Just so they can help you.
Yeah.
You have only brothers?
I have sisters too.
Okay. And every one of them have been very supportive.
Yes, everybody.
That's really good to hear. Really good to hear. So now the plan and then the agenda from GhanaWeb is to get Parliament of Ghana to pass a legislation. We are hopeful that as far as we can push the barriers on this, we can get Parliament to pass a legislation. The legislation will just be to allow for people to donate their organs, which is not something we have here. What do you think about this initiative?
To be helping.
It will greatly help.
Yeah.
And I know that you, for the longest that you've been there, I don't even want to quantify how much you might have spent on all of this, but you think that such an initiative would go on. Can you just, maybe you want to add your voice to the calls for maybe support, people like you who are on dialysis and all that? Would you want to add your voice to the call?
Yes. Some of us, though we are having kidney issues, but we may be important for the country, because where I was working, they were very, very impressive about my effort, though I wasn't feeling well. So if this project can come and help us to sustain us for small, I think we will benefit, and then the state too will benefit.
Now, before we say our goodbyes, I just want you to tell me just what kinds of, I know that it's a difficult question I'm going to ask, the plans you actually have. What kind of plans would you have wanted to achieve in your life if it wasn't for this kind of condition you're going through?
Okay. I wanted to become electrical engineer in military.
Because you actually wanted to join the military?
Yeah. Even the time I completed SHS, my father bought police form for me. They called me for medicals. The time I was at medical ward. That's where these things started.
So that means you couldn't even go?
Go, yeah. So I wanted to become electrical engineer in military. That's what I wanted. I did cadet 3 years at secondary school, which is what is a tech.
And that's all gone.
Yeah.
Down the drain. But Kweku, away from all that, have you had anyone, or have you made an attempt to get a donor for the organ?
The donor is no problem, but the financial, because my brothers and my sisters are willing to do.
But the cost?
The cost.
What have they told you is the cost?
Okay, I read one is $60,000.
So that's a lot of money, and you are not sure you can get that money.
No.
So now it's not really about the donor, but it's about the finances. So that means if the money came today, you would definitely get one of your siblings to donate to you. All right, Kweku, thank you. And we're hopeful that this campaign goes as far as we can get. So the appeal is to any of you listening or watching this, wherever you are, people like Kweku are hopeful that they could get the finances. Maybe this goes to private organizations, corporate bodies, individual philanthropists, whoever is able to help to be able to get people like Kweku get back their livelihoods. And so thank you very much for joining us. My name is Eche Atiso, and we're still continuing this campaign here at GhanaWeb to get Parliament to pass a legislation on organ donation. Hopefully, the next time we have this kind of conversation, it will be that Parliament has indeed gone ahead and passed the conversation. Once again, thank you for joining us. Until another time, be kind to one another.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk. Yummy. Oh, McBerry twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products na dear makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. There's Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards, Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana
cedis. Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
In Luanda, Angola. The meeting just concluded over the immediate past weekend. It is the late holding of the IPU, that is the World Assembly of Parliaments, which has caused the late resumption of Parliament on this 31st day of October. The Speaker, the meetings of the IPU, the October meetings, usually hold in the last week of September or the first week of October. This year's meeting spanned the 3rd and 4th weeks of October, and hence causing this unprecedented late resumption of the House. The Speaker, the House expects to be served with reports from these 3 events. There's the CPC, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference, the ECOWAS Parliamentary Delocalized Plenary Meeting in Winnipeg, Ghana, and the IPU Conference in Angola. The Speaker, however, for the IPU, a major point came to be restated. And the point is that by 2040, all parliaments must have achieved leadership. The Speaker, today the global average of female members of parliament in parliament is 26%. 26%. Ghana has just over 14% of the membership comprising women, several ranks below the global average. How, as a nation, are we preparing to arrive at that destination, Speaker? The Speaker, the IPU insists that 17 years from now, parliaments that have not been able to meet that benchmark would be reduced to observer status at the IPU meetings. We need to relook at our constitution again in this regard, since the first past the post regime prescribed by the Constitution cannot ferry us to the destination of gender parity in 17 years. The Speaker, whilst on recess, the nation has experienced the spilling of the impounded water from the Akosombo Dam on account of the massive rainfall that the country has experienced this year. The Speaker, the rains were going to positively impact our domestic food production and thereby bring down food inflation. The flooding may have a debilitating impact on crop harvest. Unfortunately, one would want to hope that it does not hugely impact the nation's food security. There are those who have lost property, as the minority leader has alluded to, those of them who have lost houses, livestock, money, vehicles, and even lives. Mr. Speaker, if there's anything that the Parliament of this country, the people's representatives, could do to demonstrate our concern, it is rise to the occasion. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, the House may have to invite the VRA to brief us on the situation relating to the spillage and all other connected matters. Mr. Speaker, I believe the Minister responsible for water resources and indeed energy as well may have to also come along. I've heard about some comments that have been made by some colleague members of Parliament. It is scary, Mr. Speaker, the extent some Ghanaians, including some MPs, go to politicize every single event in this country. As MPs, one of our core responsibilities is to inform and by that educate the citizenry. The education must be done insincerity and truthfulness. Nothing short of that. We should educate the people in order for them to make informed choices. Speaker, serving citizens with propaganda is corruption of the mind. Mr. Speaker, this meeting is basically a budget meeting. In view of the late commencement of the third meeting, which shall last for only 8 weeks, the House may not have the luxury of time. Accordingly, ministers, committee leadership, especially chairpersons, shall have to ensure efficient and effective utilization of the limited time at our disposal for the conduct of business, which will lead to the consideration and passage of the Appropriations Act on or before December 22nd, 2023. Mr. Speaker, whilst we are away, some high-profile personalities pass on to eternity. Felix Owusu-Japan, a former member of Parliament for Achim-Suedru and former Majority Leader. He was in Parliament for 3 terms, from 1997 to 2008. He was a former Minister responsible for energy as well. Speaker, the Honorable E.T. Mensah, former Accra Mayor, former MP for Ningo Pram for 6 consecutive times. Mr. Speaker, he was also a former Minister for Youth and Sports, former Chief Whip, former Minister. Mr. Speaker, when you left with him, I think he became the Minister for, was it? No, he didn't go back to Youth and Sports. Western Housing. And Mr. Speaker, when he returned to the House, he came alongside your good self in the club of the 3 wise men. Mr. Speaker, the House may, in the fullness of time, eulogize these stalwarts, former compatriots. The third person is a former First Lady of a regime in the Fourth Republic, Mrs. Theresa Kufuor, who was the wife of former President Kufuor. A very self-disciplined First Lady she was. Now, the funeral for Mrs. Kufuor shall hold on the 16th of November at the forecourt of the State House. I'm reliably informed. A fitting tribute shall be paid at the appropriate time, possibly next week. Mr. Speaker, the meeting undoubtedly is going to be a very crowded one, and accordingly, I invite all of us to rise up and roll up our sleeves to the task ahead. MPs, ministers, committee chairs, ranking members, committee clerks, table officers, and above all, the media. Let us all resolve to do what is right and appropriate in the service of God and country. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity accorded. Thank you once again.
Honourable members, let me on your behalf thank the leaders for setting the tone in welcoming you. But before I give my welcome remarks, let me acknowledge the presence of the students from Twifo Praso Senior High School. They are being led by one of their tutors, Hetty Christian Kobla. I think I can identify her. She may be leading from behind. Oh yes, it's a gentleman. Yes. But how come the name is Hetty? Yes, he's leading from behind. I can see him now. Yes, he's quite a tall figure. You are most welcome. This is your house, and these are your able representatives. It's good that you have taken time to come and see what we do here. We are happy and inspired by your presence, and we hope that we will also motivate you to do better than we are doing tomorrow. So you are most welcome. Your presence here reminds me of what happened yesterday at the grand finale of the National Maths and Science Quiz. It was really exciting, and at the end of the day, all is well that ends well. Please, you can resume your seats. Honorable members, my remarks is to confirm some of the things that your leaders have said. I will not repeat most of them, but just to share some additional information with you. With this, I warmly welcome you back from a long recess. I trust this long break offered you ample time to reconnect with your voters who have offered you the privilege to serve your country in this august house. A special salute to the members who continue to combine the work of this house with that of their constituencies during the break. We owe you tons of gratitude for your commitment. Honorable members, this recess was an interesting season of triumphs. One such triumph is what the leaders just shared with you: the success of the 66th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference, the first ever held in Ghana since we gained independence in 1957, which brought together over 800 delegates from across the Commonwealth right here in Accra. The success of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference was on the lips of every experienced participant from the Commonwealth as the best ever organized and attended CPC since the establishment of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Ghana was advised by the CPA Secretariat in UK to prepare to host about 500 delegates, observers, and accompanied persons at the conference, only for the Parliament of Ghana to be swam over to accommodate and provide for over 800 participants. But we stood up to the test and excelled. Even the warmth and the hospitality we extended to participants spiced and overwhelmed the conference and the participants. And to be frank, many of them were forced to compare ours to that of last year, where we attended the 65th CPC at Halifax, Canada. And even at the IPU conference, the majority leader just referred to, they still kept on applauding the achievement that Ghana has made, and that the standards that we have set is too high to emulate. That is a plus to Ghana. That is an applause to the Parliament of Ghana. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you who participated actively in the organization and the activities of the conference. We actually showcased Ghana as an oasis of peace, a home of democracy, a tourist destination, a land of gold, and the center of the world. From the magnificent traditional and cultural display at the Marshall Palace, the unique and historic exhibits of our tourist destinations in Cape Coast, Takoradi, and Accra, to the iconic Pan-African Museum at Nkontompo, Takoradi, and the sumptuous lip-watering Ghanaian cuisines, our guests were lost of words to express their joy, happiness, and appreciation for such a display of taste, taste, and value. Our guests left with memories that will last a lifetime, and the global feedback is positive and overwhelming. I believe we have, as a country, to take advantage of this conference to once again take up the leadership of the African Renaissance, which is now termed Africa Arising. The conference also provided a platform for robust discussions on issues of great importance to the Commonwealth and our sub-region, particularly terrorism and its far-reaching impact on democracy, governance, and human life. I am grateful to the diplomatic community, the civil society organizations, and academia for enriching our discussions with their wealth of knowledge and experience at the various workshops of the CPC. Let me also thank the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Vice Patron of the CPA, for accepting our invitation to deliver the keynote address at the opening ceremony. I will also commend highly my father, Otunfo Osei-Tutu II, for the exceptional hospitality he displayed in hosting our guests with a sumptuous lunch and the rich Ghanaian outfit, culture, and tradition displayed in Kumasi. Parliament is also indebted to Professor Paul Ko-Ansa for putting at the disposal of the conference his lifelong investment, the globally acclaimed Pan-African Museum at Nkontompo, Takoradi. All these events, including the visit to the Cape Coast Castle, were oversubscribed. To my colleagues, members of Parliament, the security personnel, the parliamentary staff, and all others who contributed to the success of the CPC, I say, Ayiko, your hard work is exemplary, and Ghana, our beloved country, is proud of you all. It's important, I mentioned to members, and I wanted to celebrate the election of our clerk to Parliament, Mr. Sri Kobna Oteng Insia, as chairman of clerks at the table in the Commonwealth Parliament. I am confident in his capacity to excel in this new role. As president of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, supported by the vice chair of the Executive Committee, Honorable Osechi Mensah Bonsu, and the chairman of the Ghana branch, Honorable Kisel Atoba Forsen, the flag of Ghana flew and sparkled over the world. We say, glory be to God. As we've been told, at the same time, we also hosted the ECOWAS Parliament, which had a session concurrently at Winneba, the central region. That once again showcase our capacity as a country and our commitment to regional integration and cooperation. We also, during the recess, continued with the 30th anniversary celebration of the Fourth Republic of Ghana and the life of the Parliament with another mock Parliament, public forum, and peace walk in Cape Coast, Takoradi, and Procedural, respectively. This generated further interest in and understanding of parliamentary business among citizens and demystified the legislative process and made it relatable to the ordinary life of our people. We also organized the health walks and games as part of the celebration to strengthen camaraderie and teamwork among members of parliament, staff, and the citizenry. Our media personnel were not left out in this outreach, and I want to commend the members of the regional journalist associations led by their executives for the well-organized interactions and their valuable contributions to the objectives of the event. We are indeed grateful. You have been comprehensively briefed about the sad departures of some of our former colleagues, and it's true that we lost the Honorable Enoktei Mensah, the Honorable Felix Osu Ajapong, and also our peaceful, lovely Mother Teresa. There are some notable MPs like Honorable Kojo Tawia Lepalmo and Honorable Abuaje, who was the former member for Bantama. There are many more that I can't add to this list, but definitely these are signals to all of you that if you don't take good care of yourself now, please, it's the same route that you follow. So whilst we absorb the stress, let us take time to also take good care of our health. These were men of great stature and dedication, and we shall always remember them and honor their memories for continuing to serve our nation with some commitment, the same commitment and passion that they exemplified. May I invite you to join me to observe a minute silence in their honor. May their souls and the souls of the faithful departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Honorable members, the Akosombo Dam spillage was really shocking. It plunged thousands of Ghanaians into destitution. The loss of property running into billions of Ghana cedis, and the destruction of livelihoods have been devastating. I want to, on your behalf, extend our deepest sympathy to those affected by this calamity. In moments like this, we are reminded of our responsibility as representatives of the people. We will advocate that adequate resources be provided by the state to bring relief to the affected persons. I know a lot has been done, but there's still a lot more to do. And together with leadership, we have discussed a few things that Parliament itself will take to support the victims of the flood. It cuts across from the coast up to the north. And so many more constituencies are affected, not just those downstream alone. And therefore, the task is enormous, and we need to work on it together. But let me say that it is unacceptable that an activity as potentially destructive as dam spillage was done without a well-thought-through security and safety preparedness plan. As such, Parliament will take the necessary action to inquire into the matter and make recommendations for the protection of property and lives living along the Volta River and Lake and other settlements along riverbeds. Honorable members, this is a national assignment, and Parliament should be seen to be leading in finding solutions to this somehow perennial problem confronting the nation. In the meantime, let us rally behind our colleagues, members of Parliament, whose constituencies have been affected by the spillage. We all know they are under immense pressure currently, and they need our support more than ever. And I want to call on all members of Parliament to do their bit to support our colleagues who are now really under pressure. You've been told about the 2024 budget presentation. A few days from now, we'll be hosting the Minister of Finance to present the budget statement for the 2024 financial year. We are proposing that it be done on the 15th of November. Please kindly take note of the date. It's not the normal date. 15th of November. As our oversight responsibility requires, we will have to scrutinize the budget to ensure that it serves the needs of all Ghanaians. I believe this House will adopt a consultative and consensus-building approach throughout this process. We have demonstrated enough capacity and experience in budget approval deliberations, and this will be no different. But we urgently also need to pass the budget bill, because this will enable Parliament to engage more technical personnel to put Parliament in good stead to comply with the imperatives of recent legislations passed by this House. When you pass laws and you talk about physical analysis report, are you expecting that it should be done by another body and not Parliament itself? When you talk about private members' bills vis-à-vis the dictates of Article 108. And that is not talking about financial implications, as some people are arguing. No, that's not what it's saying. It's talking about provision in the bill, touching on a number of areas. So you need to have the technical people here to be able to give us their independent professional advice to engage the executive and not depend on what the executive tells us. So these are matters we have to take on seriously, even though the budget will be before us. And other urgent business we have,
as the majority has mentioned, nobody is going to lower the standard for Ghana. The standard is being set very high. And so the affirmative action Gender Equality Bill 2023 will be placed before this House. And we have to expedite action on it, because Parliament of Ghana cannot be an observer at the Conference of Interparliamentary Union. We also have to look at the Social Protection Bill, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center Amendment Bill, and some very important instruments, particularly the Representation of the People Parliamentary Constituencies Amendment Instrument 2023, the District Electoral Areas and Designation of Units Amendments Regulations 2023, Ghana Enterprises Agency Clarification of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Regulations 2023. We also have the tree crop regulations.
And I'm told there's an important regulation on the health sector. The Charter Institute of Human Resources Management, Ghana regulation, and then the long-awaited for companies regulations 2023. These are all to come before the House. The committees involved, particularly the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, you have a lot to do. I'm told you've already had pre-laying meetings on some of these instruments. We are waiting your report.
The last one before I conclude is the standing orders.
Members, you are aware of the comprehensive revision of the standing orders, and is now at its final stages. You recall the report of the committee was adopted by the House at the second meeting with a few concerns and amendments. These have been taken on board by the final report of the committee, which will be tabled before the House through a process of, for us to pass through the process of taking or making a resolution. As you all know, the review of the standing orders is long overdue. This current process is to position the orders to comply fully with the scope and provisions of the 1992 Constitution and make us more efficient and responsive to the requirements of all types of parliaments and the current trends of parliamentary practice. With this, I want to conclude and say, as we reconvene today, let us remind ourselves once more that the survival and the future of generations yet unborn depend on the decisions we make within these hallowed walls. The survival of the democracy we are experimenting once again depend on the strength of the institution of the pillar of democracy, which is Parliament. It is with this deep sense of duty that I welcome you to the third meeting of the third session of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Honorable members, you are warmly welcome, and I thank you for your attention. Honorable members, Parliament has been invited to participate in the United States Africa Nuclear Energy Summit. This is to be held from October 30th, which we have been starting yesterday, to November 1st, which is just tomorrow. And that is the first ever Pan-African event hosted by the United States focused on the future of nuclear power in Africa. The U.S. Africa Nuclear Energy Summit will be held at the Labadi Beach Hotel. This event will provide a distinguished platform for other African leaders, policymakers, technical experts, universities and tertiary influencers from around the world to engage in critical dialogues on nuclear energy issues, with a focus on fostering international cooperation, sharing innovative solutions, and shaping policies. This event will serve as a catalyst for positive change. This just came to our attention, and since today is the first and the conference is on, I want to urge members to participate from today and tomorrow in what is happening at the Labadi Beach Hotel. May we now take item 4. Correction of rules and proceedings and official report. We will start with the correction of rules and proceedings of Thursday, 3rd August 2023. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. With the greatest of respect, I have been marked absent. Absent on the 3rd of August. And so respectfully, if it could be changed, because I was ably represented here in the House.
Honourable Member, are you Honourable Vincent Echo?
Rally so, Mr. Speaker.
As if what?
Rally so, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Members, I'm sure you can testify he was present.
So I call on the table office to make sure the official reporting captures this properly. Page 9. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, also notice that on page 8 I've been marked as absent without permission. That is strange.
The Majority Leader was absent without permission.
That is very strange, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, just as I do, that I went on an errand for and on behalf of CPA. At the time, you were the president for the association. And I went on an errand for us in Indonesia. The speaker, sorry, in Malaysia. In Malaysia. Former president. No, the speaker is the immediate past president of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Yes.
No, not yet. I'm still president. It will end at the conference in New South Wales, Australia. That's the 67th.
Welcome to our odwira series on GhanaWeb TV's People and Places. We brought you scenes and sounds from the first 2 days, but as usual, there's more to learn. The third day of Odwira, though solemn, was quite insightful. The day, which fell on a Wednesday, is a day for mourning the dead in a kropong. Majority of the people you come across in the town are clothed in black or red. Chiefs, queen mothers and elders, as well as members of the general public, gather at the Okwiapihine's palace to mourn with him. Once the Okwiapihene comes to take his seat, some customary rites are undertaken.
Kofi is not C-O-F-F-I-E. Why is it K-O-F-I?
To speak, that's the authentic one, the original K-O-F-I. All the other ones are brothelized.
I thought that was the infancy spelling.
Yes, that's the Honorable Atifo's rendition.
Kekos. We used to call that place Goy, or it's a different place. Goy. 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 Hey. Somebody from Pram Pram. Honorable members, page 23, page 24, page 25, page 26, page 27, page 28, page 27, yes, 28, all right.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, please, the 5th paragraph. The rendition on your closing remarks says that the Speaker congratulated the House for demonstrating an unwavering support for promoting human sexual rights and preserving Ghanaian family values through the bill on the promotion of proper human rights, human sexual rights, and Ghanaian family values. Bill again repeated. Mr. Speaker, this bill can be deleted. Once the bill appears earlier, through the bill on the promotion of proper human sexual rights and Ghanaian family values, we end it there. Yeah, I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, that is okay. Table office kindly take note. Page 29. Yes, please.
So, Right Honourable Speaker, the 4th paragraph. Mr. Speaker admitted that the country is going through difficult times and recognized the role, the, has been spelled wrongly. T-H-E and not T-H-E-H. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, the spelling, please delete the H at the end. Page 30. Honourable members, the votes and proceedings of the 33rd sitting dated Thursday, 3rd August 2023, as corrected, are adopted as the true record of proceedings. Now, business statement.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I just opened to page 29, and then the paragraph reading, the Speaker admitted that the country is going through difficult times and recognized that, you see that, it's been down, all right, thank you. I just opened to it, I didn't see it, thank you.
Yes, please.
Speaker, I have also noticed that on same page 29, the last paragraph, you made a statement. You said, Right Honourable Speaker, encouraged members to visit their constituents, educate them on the work of Parliament, and also wished the majority side well in their super delegates conference. Speaker, that was a statement.
Where are you reading?
Last one.
Page 29?
Page 29.
Last one?
Last paragraph. You are reported to have wished the majority side well in their super delegates conference. And yet, Mr. Speaker, in your welcome address today, even though you cited many events, you did not mention the outcome of the super delegates conference.
Majority Leader, I'm not sure about the results, so I couldn't say anything. The results. What were the results?
Mr. Speaker, I believe the channel you used to get yourself informed about the pendency of the elections at the time, they agreed with you to resort to the same channel. And you are properly informed about the outcome, the successful outcome of the super delegates conference.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, the result is that an elephant gave birth to a butterfly.
Actually, I'm learning that for the first time because I only know that it is the ant that gave birth to the elephant. It's the ant that gave birth to the elephant. But I don't know the elephant also gave birth to a butterfly. That proverb means that usually the greatest or the biggest is born out of the smallest, the tiniest person in the world. That's why it's the ant that is stronger than the elephant. And it's only the ant that can kill the elephant easily. It just enters the trunk, and that's the end. It will kill the elephant. I was a hunter before, so I know this. Honorable members, could we now move to item 5? Item 5, business statement for the first week.
Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee met today, Tuesday, the 31st of October 2023, and arranged business of the House for the first week ending Friday, the 3rd of November 2023. The committee accordingly submits its report as follows. Speaker, you may read in the available communication to the House. Speaker, given the fact that the Business Committee met only today to program business for the week, it was impractical to schedule ministers to respond to questions this week. Ministers of State would, however, be scheduled in subsequent weeks to respond to questions asked relating to their various ministries. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Order 70 Sub 2, Ministers of State may be permitted to make statements of governing policy. Statements duly admitted by your good self may be made in the House by honorable members in accordance with Order 72. Speaker, bills may be presented to the House for first reading in accordance with Order 120, and those of urgent nature may be taken through the various stages in one day in accordance with Order 119. Pursuant to Order 75, papers for presentation to the House may be placed on the order paper for laying. Committee reports may also be presented to the House for consideration. The Speaker, pursuant to Order 44 of the Standing Orders, leadership of the Business Committee proposes the chairperson of the Electoral Commission be invited to attend upon the House on Wednesday, the 8th of November 2023, at a closed sitting to brief honourable members on matters arising out of the recently held limited voters registration exercise undertaken by the Commission and other related matters. Mr. Speaker, it's because the House is inviting the Electoral Commission to be here to brief us on the matters relating to the limited registration exercise that I thought it wasn't necessary to, ahead of time, castigate the Electoral Commission when we have not listened to them. It is most incongruous. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee takes this opportunity to welcome all members back from the long recess. As honourable members may be aware, A significant part of this third meeting will be devoted to the consideration of the budget statement and economic policy of Government of Ghana for the year ending December 31st, 2024.
Yes.
The House would also give attention to any other critical business requiring consideration of Parliament prior to the adjournment for the Christmas festivities. Speaker, the Business Committee therefore urges all members to avail themselves of the business schedule for the meeting. The committee also increased committee chairpersons, particularly those with urgent and time-bound referrals, to endeavour to present those reports for consideration prior to the end of the second week of November 2023, when the House is expected to be furnished. With the 2024 budget statement and economic policy for consideration by the House. The Speaker, for purposes of effective programming and planning of committee, public, private, and personal businesses, colleagues are hereby informed that the budget and economic policy of government for the 2024 financial year shall be presented to the House by the Minister responsible for Finance on the 15th of November 2023 in line with statutory prescription. A post-budget workshop shall be held on the weekend immediately following the presentation. This means that the participants will be required to travel to the designated location in the evening of Friday, 17th of November 2023 for the two-day workshop that will span Saturday and Sunday. The debate on the policy shall commence in earnest on the Tuesday following the post-budget workshop. Right Honourable Speaker, the Speaker, the First Deputy Minority Whip is asking when is the post-budget workshop going to hold. I've just spoken to it. The Speaker, the last Friday before the commencement of the Christmas festivities is December 22nd, 2023. And the Business Committee expects that the sector allocations would be dealt with and possibly approved to allow for the consideration and possible passage of the Appropriation Bill 2023 on or before the 22nd of December 2023. This will also mean that the various sector ministers and committees shall have to act proactively and timelessly in order for the agenda of the meeting to be concluded before the Christmas. The Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 160, Sub 2, and subject to Standing Order 53, the committee submits to this Honourable House the order in which the business of the House shall be taken during the week. Speaker, the program for the week has been set out on the draft business committee's report, and given where we are now, let me pause.
Honourable members, just a minute. In view of the nature of the business before the House, I direct that business be taken outside the normal prescribed hours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I just said that the business for the various days have been set out on the report, so I wouldn't want to be laborious about that, except to say that the agenda for today has been amended by bringing forward the representation of the People Parliamentary Constituencies Amendment Instrument 2023. It's been lifted from tomorrow Wednesday to today. So that amends the program for today. The Speaker, having said that, I beg to submit. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, business statement has been presented. It's for the consideration of the House. Yes, please. Let me listen to Honourable Dafian Hapo.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the business statement delivered by the Leader of the House. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that the very important matter which found place in your openings remarks today to the House in respect of the spillage and its consequential matters would have found place on the business statement in respect of the fact that the Minister of Energy be invited to come brief the House regarding the circumstances that led to the spillage in the manner that it happened, whilst we consider the other issues, including a formal statement that may be given pretty soon in this regard. I think that aside from all the comments we may pass as members, the Minister of Energy should come to brief the House in respect of this matter. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Member for Ningo Pram Pram.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And it feels good to be back to the House and to see you, Father. I'm looking at page 2 of the business statement, and that's Thursday, 2nd November. And I see a number of international treaties that are coming before this House. Mr. Speaker, I would have been expecting to see the international treaty on the WHO pandemic preparedness, because there is a deadline of 30th November, so I would have been expecting to see something from the Minister of Health, because without prejudice to Article 75 of our Constitution, that gives him the power to act on behalf of the President to enter into some of these treaties. It's important that this House exercises its oversight responsibility of ratifying any international convention. And this is important because the European Parliament is speaking on this, on the WHO pandemic treaty, because this is a treaty that takes away the power to declare a pandemic, and declare a state of emergency in the 194 WHO countries, takes that power away from executive government and places them in a body that is unelected, the WHO. In fact, the UK House of Commons has had to put a pause to this because there are over 150,000 signatories that led a petition to the Parliament of the UK. So I would expect that with November 30th being a deadline for this to kick in, our Ministry of Health would be bringing this to this sovereign house, this House of Parliament, to have a conversation on by the elected members of Ghana's Parliament on whether we want to hive off the powers of declaring a pandemic, a state of emergency, and lockdowns to the WHO. And so it's important that the health minister comes before this House for us to have this conversation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Haruna Idrisu.
Speaker, if you may indulge me, I have one issue to raise. But what the Honourable Sam George have just raised is for us as a House to ask whether the Health Minister has, on behalf of the President and on behalf of the Republic of Ghana, executed the Pandemic Prevention, Preparedness and Response Accord
of the World Health Organization. And if he has, he must demonstrate respect to Article 75
of the 1992 Constitution, bringing it to this House for ratification. And probably, if I hear him right, that when it does come for ratification, this House must tarry cleverly that we are not allowing WHO to usurp the mandate of our country and its health aspects in declaring a pandemic. But Mr. Speaker, on my own accord, I want the leader of government business and the business committee to program the Honorable Minister for Communications to come and respond to this House whether it is true that Vodafone, a $1 billion asset of the Republic of Ghana, have been sold on credit for less than $100 million US, and what the state of that transaction is as an economic transaction within the meaning of Article 185 of the 1992 Constitution, and probably also to update this House on the withering away of Ghana's telecom landscape and its trend. The telecom sector used to be a major revenue source for the government. We are hearing that Vodafone have been sold out on credits at $1 billion worth at less than $100 million. The minister must come and answer to this House the withering away of our telecom sector and their inability to pay revenue to government. But more importantly, you know I don't speculate, Minister for Agri. You know that I'm above speculation. I'm like the blind man. When I say I'll throw a stone, I'm stepping on the stone. I'm aware that 1 billion. I said yes, it's on credit. Let them come and deny. Yes, it's not been paid for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I want the Minister for Communication to come and answer and probably add the preparedness of the country for a 5G generation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Adungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought that having signed on the agreement with the IMF, for which some monies have already been released to the government of Ghana, and we still are expecting to go to the board in November for another tranche. The state has taken on certain obligations on behalf of this country, and Parliament has to be guided by those obligations in its decisions regarding requests that are brought to this House. It is only proper that that agreement is laid before this House so that we know which conditionalities and what obligations the state have taken on. Mr. Speaker, we are reading a whole lot of things about that agreement, and yet Parliament, that is supposed to take decisions on behalf of the executive when they make requests to us, do not know what we should be guided by. For instance, we are aware that we are not supposed to take loans on collateralized assets, and yet there are rumors that they may bring a GMPC loan which will be collateralized on our oil. If that is true, and it is in the IMF agreement and we are not aware, we may be taking decisions in contravention of those obligations. And I think that it is only proper at this time that the IMF agreement be brought to this House so that we are fully aware of what obligations we are taking on and decide whether we'll rectify it or not. Mr. Speaker, in the absence of that, this House will find it very difficult to process requests that are brought to us, particularly by the Ministry of Finance. So I think that the Ministry of Finance should be programmed, or we should make an effort to make sure that that agreement is laid before this House to facilitate our work going forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chair of the Business Committee, any comments?
Speaker, the first issue raised is
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also...
So that is my understanding of it. Speaker, the member who raised it may disagree with me, but that's my understanding. And indeed, in the Parliament of the UK that you relate to, can I talk? The Speaker, where it happened, this understanding was elucidated. And I think I agree that yes, at the very outset, there was some misconception and further illumination was thrown on it. And if my colleagues still want it to be done, why not? But let us not mix up the facts. The Speaker, the appeal from the immediate past minority leader, the Honourable Member for Tamale South, my eternal friend, the Honourable, my good friend, my eternal friend, the Honourable Aaron Idrisu. The Speaker is talking to some issues, and I think he's being very speculative on this. The Speaker, but matters relating to the communications sector should really be of interest to all of us. So if we have to find a way to invite the minister, we could. I thought there are two options. Either a question is filed, or maybe the House elects to inform the minister to appear before us. Normally, it offers us a greater platform to interrogate the issues. So whichever is a better option, we'll submit to that. But, Mr. Speaker, I agree that the House needs to be apprised, because I recollect, Mr. Speaker, I recollect that in 1997, when Ghana Telecom first came to be sold, Mr. Speaker, at the time we were informed that given where Ghana was, the centrality of the location of Ghana at the center of the world, Mr. Speaker, as we keep alluding to, and the assets of Ghana Telecom at the time, which we were told was in the neighborhood of over $90 million at the time. It came to be sold out for $27 million. That was 1997. Mr. Speaker, and the person who was the minister at the time was yours truly, Comrade John Dramani Mahama. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
No, you are not.
Salia had just left. Salia had just left. I brought a person to this house, and
Honorable Majority Leader, you mentioned 1997.
Mr. Speaker.
1997, the Honorable John Dramani Mahama was appointed Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, 1997, I had just entered Parliament.
Yeah, you are just a Johnny just come. So,
Mr. Speaker, a Johnny just come could ask questions anyway, with respect to the chair. Mr. Speaker, the date I got wrong, not 1997, but 1999. Yes, yes, I got wrong. Mr. Speaker, I considered myself as having been in the first Parliament. I wasn't. But that is a matter of fact. Anybody can check it from the hands up. Mr. Speaker, so I'm saying to us that matters relating to the communication sector, we all need to be concerned. And if my colleague is raising an issue, we certainly would want to interrogate the matter. Mr. Speaker, the other matter that the restless soul has brought up, the Honorable Adungo. Oh, how can I forget you? That's why I'm describing you as a restless soul. Mr. Speaker, the IMF agreement. I guess, for reasons of transparency and accountability, why not? If we have to look at that, why not? Certainly, it will even underpin the budget statement and economic policy that will be forthcoming. We have to see it, why not? Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable members, I think that the World Health Organization, together with the Interparliamentary Union, will be holding a conference on strengthening health security preparedness in Ghana, Accra, between the 8th and 10th of November. These are some of the issues that will have to be dilated upon. A number of countries did bid for it, but Ghana won. And so members should do their best to attend and raise some of these issues. The parliamentary community is doing all we can to always make inputs into these treaties and international agreements before they are entered into on behalf of the countries by our presidents. Because sometimes these things give us a lot of challenges, particularly the way our constitutions have captured them. They make it so fait accompli, even though sometimes we disagree with the leadership of the countries. And so there are some processes in place to establish some structures, parliamentary structures, to always make inputs, agree with the executive before they go to put pen and paper together. I hope sooner than later we'll succeed in getting that done. And so my intervention is to urge members, particularly members of the Health Committee and leadership of the House, to have some time to attend this very important World Health Organization, IPU, high-level conference on strengthening health security preparedness, particularly in Africa. Honorable members, on the issue of the spillage, we are admitted some statements today, and so we want to set the ball rolling. And as I indicated, we will have to inquire into this matter. It goes beyond just investigation. And as I said, it's a national matter. And so we will take it not just only from the angle of the statements or the brief by the minister, but we will go beyond that to make sure that we get the country to put a system and structures in place to prevent what occurred. I mean, if I give you some of the current status of democracies in many African countries, you see that we have been living in self-delusion that Ghana is a model democracy. We are far, far behind. We are far, far behind. Even the Rwanda we just went to, on gender, they have over 38% representation of women in their parliament. And so when they said they wanted to come and learn from Ghana, and we said our figure was 14.5%, they started reconsidering whether it's worth the trouble to come to Ghana again, if we are that far below. Now we've been given 2040 If the parliament is not up to 50-50 gender parity, you become an observer status, observer in the IPU conferences. Ghana cannot afford to lag behind. So there are a lot of things that we need to do to really show that we are committed to inclusivity in governance. We are committed to gender parity, and that we want democracy for everyone. Yes, Minority Leader, I think you want to make some intervention.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to correct the business statement. Mr. Speaker, we agreed today at conclave that on Wednesday, item B, representation of the people, Parliamentary Constituencies Amendment Instrument 2023. We agreed at the conclave that we'll move it to Tuesday. So just for the record, we'll move it to today.
Yes.
So we can lay it today. So I just want the records to correct that. That's all, Speaker. Thank you.
The Majority Leader actually stated that. The Majority Leader stated that in the presentation of the business statement, the Majority Leader stated that clearly. Yes, Honorable Katie Hammond, you are most welcome. Yes, honorable members, I take it that your comments on the business statement has been taken on board, and the business statement is accordingly adopted as presented. We now move to statements, and as I indicated, we will be taking the statements after the laying of the business. And the second deputy speaker will take over from me because I have to rush to go and do some other business. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, I was going to pray you to allow us to go to the commencement of public business to have these papers presented. That will not take more than 5 minutes, and then we come back to the statement.
Exactly, so that's what I stated. I said we'll do the business before the statements. We will go to item 7 at the commencement of public business. Item 7, presentation of papers. 7A by the Majority Leader.
District electoral areas and designation of units, amendments regulations 2023.
Honorable members, the said regulations referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report to the House. 7B. Minister for Trade and Industry.
Ghana Enterprises Agency, classification of micro, small and medium enterprises, regulation 2023.
Honorable members, the said instrument is also referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report to the House. By the leadership of the Committee on Trade and Industry could support the committee. 7C, Minister for Food and Agriculture.
Tree crop
are you now the
regulation.
Minister for Food and Agriculture? You are now the Minister for Food and Agriculture.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, your Honorable House confirmed me.
Oh, is that Honorable Brian Achampo?
With a big majority, yes?
Yes.
Tree crop regulations 2023.
Honorable members, the regulations are accordingly referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report to the House. 7D, by the Minister for Education.
Yes,
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, if you may permit, I would present the paper on behalf of the Minister.
Yes, please go ahead.
Chartered Institute of Human Resource Management, Ghana Regulations 2023. Again,
this instrument is also referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report to the House. 7E. Attorney General, Minister for Justice.
Speaker, if I may, standing for television.
Companies Regulations 2023.
The Companies Regulations refer to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report to the House, and the last one is what the leaders have referred to, which has been taken from Wednesday to today. That is captured on order paper addendum, and that is by the majority leader.
Representation of the People Parliamentary Constituencies Amendment Instrument 2023.
Honorable members, the Representation of the People Parliamentary Constituencies Amendment Instrument 2023 is referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report to the House. This is the instrument that is likely to save this House and forgive us for the cardinal sin that we are said to have committed. It deals with the issue of the SAP, and a number of them have now come up for consideration by the House. Yes, Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, sorry for bringing you back. Mr. Speaker, earlier on, a referral has been made on the item 7A, the District Electoral Area and Designation of Units Amendment Regulation 2023, and it was referred to the Subsidiary Legislation Committee. Mr. Speaker, I think that the Committee of Local Government should be added to this. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly important because the Local Government Committee is the one that is well versed with the names of the electoral areas and also the geographical areas of the district. And when they are involved, they will be able to guide the Subsidiary Legislation Committee to get things right. Mr. Speaker, this has happened before, and in the past it was passed, and we noticed that even some of the names were spelled wrong, and the boundaries were also exceeded. I think it is right that we can get the Local Government Committee to be part of that committee so that they can do it once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it is a regulation and should go to the Subsidiary Legislation Committee. But we have not been very consistent in this. The occasions that we have added the Local Government Committee, on occasions we have left it to the Subsidiary Legislation Committee and rather invited the members of Parliament whose areas may be concerned. Because we may populate it with local government committee members who may not know anything about other constituencies. So let's look at the better option and see whether to leave it in the hands of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee. And then when it comes to specific constituencies, they may then invite the particular member of Parliament. I think that is a better option. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, on that basis, I suggest at the minimum let us invite the leadership of the local government committee to be part so that they can be able to guide them appropriately.
Very well. So, honourable members, we are adding the leadership of local government and rural development to this. So, honourable members, we move to item 8. Item 8. Presentation and first reading of bills.
Mr. Speaker, if I may seek your indulgence to present these two bills on behalf of the Minister responsible for Gender, Children and Social Protection. That is 8A and B.
Yes, table.
An act to provide for gender equality in the public and private sectors and for related purposes.
Honourable members, the bill is read the first time and is referred to the Committee on Gender and Children for consideration and report. B.
An act to promote access to social protection, provide social protection services to specified persons, establish and specify institutional arrangements to secure social protection and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is read the first time and is referred to the Committee on Gender and Children for consideration and report. We turn to C. Leader C.
Mr. Speaker, once again, let me do it on behalf of the Minister for Finance.
Investment promotion.
Yeah.
An act to amend the Ghana Investment Promotion Center Act 2013, Act 865, to provide for the conversion of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center to the Ghana Investment Promotion Authority for the establishment of an investment grievance resolution mechanism, for the appointment of a Deputy Chief Executive Officer, and for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is read the first time and referred to the Committee for Finance for consideration and report. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that these three bills, all under 8, is affirmative action gender equality bill, the social protection bill, and the Ghana Investment Promotion Center bill. Minister for Finance. Speaker, these have all come under a certificate of urgency from the ministers. But of course, the final determination of the agency lies with the committees. I'm just imploring the various committees to immediately apply themselves to this, to determine the urgency of these bills. And then once the urgency has been determined, it will then pave way for the ministers to go and gazette the bills before consideration by the House. So first, for them to make that determination. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, leadership of Committee on Gender and Children and Finance Committees, please apply yourself with the statement just made by the majority leader. Please let's work with some sort of speed so that we can address this particular issue. Are we taking statements? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you have a number of statements, particularly on the difficult situations we have at Garu, bordering on the brutalities of some people, and then the flooding. But we wish we can take the effects of the spillage of the Akosombo Dam first, before the Garu statement.
I think we only have one statement here. As far as we are concerned, we only have one statement. And it has nothing to do with the spirit.
Mr. Speaker, we did submit a statement regarding the spillage, two statements. Yes.
Kindly let me have a copy so that we can read. Yes.
Speaker, whilst we waiting for our colleague to transmit the statement, shall we proceed to take the statement that was earlier submitted, standing in the name of the Honorable Akwesi Konadu? Begin with that one. So, yeah.
We'll
actually do it. There's no problem. We'll do it. No, all of them are important.
Honorable Leader, you get time, you will handle all of them. But leadership, as discussed at the pre-sitting, the issue about the spirit, read as one statement, composite. If there are so many people writing on the same topic, we are taking as one so that we can get members to contribute. So I will invite Honorable Samuel Okujoto Abrakwa, MP for North Town, to read the statement.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Please permit me, Mr. Speaker, to welcome you and honorable colleagues from recess and to thank you most profoundly for admitting this crucial statement on the epic levels of devastation caused by spillage from the Akosombo and Pond dams by the Volta River Authority. It would have been a collective wish, Mr. Speaker, that upon our return from this long break, we shall be greeted by a rather positive and happy statement. Alas, that was not to be. Mr. Speaker, the last 3 weeks have been an absolutely traumatic period for a number of colleagues, and particularly for us in the North Town constituency. We have never experienced any disaster on this scale and magnitude in our lifetime. Mr. Speaker, imagine losing your home, valuables, farms, fish ponds, livestock, shops, schools, churches, mosques, and everything you have worked for all your life just in a split second. Well, Mr. Speaker, Imagine living like a refugee in your own country. Imagine homeowners suddenly becoming homeless. Imagine becoming jobless overnight. Speaker, imagine watching violent flood waters take away your money, certificates, jewelry, wheelchairs, appliances, and electronic gadgets. Mr. Speaker, imagine children having no school to attend anymore. Mr. Speaker, imagine rice farmers watching their irrigation pump stations destroyed. Mr. Speaker, imagine nuclear families separated in different classrooms at various displaced camps for the first time in their lives. Mr. Speaker, this is not a horror movie. This is a distressing and agonizing new reality. Mr. Speaker, according to the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, since the Volta River Authority commenced spilling of excess water from the Akosombo and Pond dams on the 15th of September 2023, North Tongue has been the hardest hit. From the latest NADMO statistics, out of the 39,333 displaced people across some 11 constituencies, about a third of that figure can be found in the North Tongue constituency. Currently, Mr. Speaker, NADMO reports that 12,633 people have been displaced in the North Tongue constituency. Mr. Speaker, the breakdown is as follows. Adult male, 3,151. Adult female, 3,285. Children male, 2,982. Children female, 3,134. People living with disabilities, 81. All of 69 communities in my constituency are affected and left in ruins by the VRA-induced floods. NADMO also submits that more than 1,500 houses have been destroyed by the VRA-induced floods in my constituency alone.
Mr. Speaker, entire towns and villages have been submerged underwater. Mepe, which is the national epicenter of this disaster, has virtually become a ghost water town. Many places in Mepe we commuted to and fro by road now require a voyage via boats and canoes.
It is not an exaggeration, Mr. Speaker, to assert that some villages now exist only on paper or only through historical recall. In some of these villages, as we have witnessed in Siko, in Asimakopa, in Volukome, in Fumadokopa, in Jimakopa, Memoji, Kejikopa, Lina, Tojokopa, Awutoweme, Degome. Mr. Speaker, these villages have virtually nothing left standing. Mr. Speaker, I must stress that constituencies such as South Tongue, Central Tongue, Keta, Anglo, Ketu South, South Dai, North Dai, Afajato South, all in the Volta region, have similar stories. Other constituencies in Oti, Eastern, and the Greater Accra regions, such as Ada and Shai Osudoku, are also reeling under these harrowing effects. Mr. Speaker, returning to North Tongue, the 12,633 displaced constituents of mine are now being accommodated in 21 displaced camps. Mr. Speaker, these 21 displaced camps are in schools. Emphasize that apart from the St. Kizito Senior High School in Mapa, the remaining 20 schools were not established as boarding schools and therefore do not have facilities for decent residential accommodation, such as beds, bathrooms, and kitchens. There are 20 bare day schools with nothing more. Even in the case of St. Kizito Senior High School, which is the most populous displaced camp, boarding facilities are stretched, as many of the 1,500 displaced people crammed in there are compelled to sleep in classrooms. Mr. Speaker, no alternative housing arrangement was made for these displaced persons by the VRA or government before and during the spillage. Sadly, no alternative housing provision has been made even now. This has meant that people are living under extremely congested, insanitary, and inhumane conditions. Take, for example, the Advertisements displaced camp. This is a basic 6-unit classroom block, now housing 1,250 displaced persons. The McBerry RCJHS 6-unit classroom block is also forced to accommodate more than 800 displaced persons. The Bator RC 3-unit primary school also depressingly accommodates more than 250 displaced persons. So, Mr. Speaker, despite our efforts to provide portable toilets, mattresses, tents, and polytanks, health conditions in these congested camps are fast deteriorating. Doctors I brought in from the Ghana Medical Association have warned about increasing cases of respiratory diseases, cholera, typhoid, and skin infections. The contamination of flood waters which have taken over cemeteries, public toilets, mortuaries, refuse dams, and sewage systems have further complicated public health concerns. The fear of an epidemic outbreak is real. Mr. Speaker, roads have been damaged, water and electricity have been cut, irrigation farming has been destroyed. Mr. Speaker, what is equally worrying is the disruption of formal education. As long as these displaced camps continue to exist in schools, children cannot resume normal academic work. Already, these children have lost 3 weeks of academic time as their peers across the country are in school. They will soon be called upon to write the same BEC and the same WASI. It is worth noting, Mr. Speaker, that last week, the Minister of Education led a delegation from the Ministry of Education to come assess the precarious situation. We await government's much needed response in that regard. I must add, Mr. Speaker, that even though we have recruited volunteer teachers to assist in classes under trees in these displaced camps, that can only be an interim mitigating solution and not an appropriate resolution of the matter. The situation, Mr. Speaker, in our affected communities is really dire and demands urgent national attention. This is undoubtedly a humanitarian crisis with far-reaching multiple consequences in every aspect of our lives. It is the reason we have been agitating that President Akufo-Addo take steps to declare a national emergency now. This national disaster, Mr. Speaker, has raised so many unanswered questions. 1. Why did VRA not adequately sensitize stakeholders on the unprecedented scale of this particular spillage? 2. Why was there no national conversation and preparedness for a spillage on this scale? 3. Why did people have to be caught unaware? 4. Why were affected persons not properly informed and supported to relocate to 5. Why did VRA not engage members of Parliament before, during, and after the spillage? 6. Why was alternative decent housing not prepared for all affected persons? 7. Why use bare day schools as displaced camps under these inhumane conditions? 8. Why was the spillage done in this destructive manner instead of a better planned gradual approach? 9. Why has an engineering solution for using excess water in the Akosombo Reservoir not been pursued after all these decades? 10. Why is there no insurance package for affected communities? 11. Why is VRA and the central government silent on resettlement and full compensation? Mr. Speaker, for the many lives and properties that have been destroyed by this VRA-induced spillage, we owe the hundreds of thousands of suffering, destitute and displaced people who brought us here to commence an urgent parliamentary inquiry into this entire VRA spillage nightmare. It is our appeal to you, Mr. Speaker, that this respected House sets up a parliamentary inquiry which must be urgently convened on this matter of enormous public importance. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, this august House must resolve to lead the charge for immediate resettlement. No human being deserves to be living in classrooms under those horrifying conditions. It is a national outrage that calls for the displaced to be relocated to the abandoned Saglemi housing units have not received positive response from government. This House, Mr. Speaker, must also ensure that full compensation is paid to all affected victims. It is that the Finance Minister, the Honorable Kanufuriata, has toured the most affected communities. As I respectfully told him on his tour, we expect the 2024 budget to reflect the shock he expressed when he embarked on that laudable assessment mission. Mr. Speaker, kindly permit me to use this opportunity to offer special and profound gratitude to Ghanaians for their amazing solidarity, compassion, love, and fellow feeling. Individuals such as the Right Honorable Speaker has donated 100,000 Ghana cedis. The media, corporate Ghana, foundations, NGOs, churches, Muslim organizations, the Minority Caucus, and Mr. Speaker, let me add that this morning the Majority Chief Whip, the Honorable Frank Anodompre, informed me that the Majority Caucus will also be making a donation soon. The Speaker must also commend former President Mahama for his donation. The Speaker, Ghanaians have really been phenomenal with their outpouring of compassion and solidarity. We shall never forget this great example of what it means to be a Ghanaian family and what it means to be a human being. We also thank the international community, such as the UN agencies and embassies, for their support and kind assistance. Mr. Speaker, may this House, under your leadership, resolve that we all shall do what we can to ensure that never again shall this monumental tragedy occur in our nation. May God help all the displaced victims survive this ordeal. I am most grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Me. He said me.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice. Mr. Speaker, since this tragedy happened in the coastal and in the this lower water base, Mr. Speaker, we, the members of Parliament for those areas, have never had our peace, and it's so emotional that we couldn't control ourselves when we get close to our people. Mr. Speaker, if you come to Adan, 19 communities have been affected, and these communities are Ajim, Toyinkope, Batrenya, Pechupanya, Kewuno, Agboka, Pediatokope, Amekochekope, Anazome, Kewuse, Tuanikope, Alauside Kope, Afrive, Chaweche Kope. Mr. Speaker, this spillage issue must be addressed properly. We are members of Parliament. VRA could have engaged us and tell us how he wanted to do it so that the education can go down properly to the people, because there have been spillage throughout the years, but this one is something else. Mr. Speaker, they could have come to Adan to open the estuary so that the water flow to the sea will be smoothly, but they didn't do that. And now all the shifted to Adan because we are at the receiving end. We are the last place before the water will enter the sea. Because they have not opened the estuary, the water have polluted and is stagnant, and it has caused a lot of harm and damage to the good people of Adan. Mr. Speaker, now they have opened the core one, and Adan is suffering again because the core dam too has been, the spirit is going there. Mr. Speaker, it is not the best at all. We have to sit up as a nation and take some things into consideration before we take a step or moves, because we could have avoided all these problems. Now go and look at the farms. They are animals. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I visited 5 communities and I was just in the trauma before living there. And the people I visited, especially the school children, it's not easy for them at all. They don't even have books to write in it. They have lost everything. Mr. Speaker, this should not happen again. We should sit up as a nation because we cannot cause artificial disaster or a problem for our own people. How can we revive them again? How can they stand on their feet again? A lot of houses have collapsed. I went to one community, the houses that have collapsed alone, it's not easy. Mr. Speaker, we are pleading that the government should not take it as something simple or easy as that. He should come to their aid and revive their businesses, help them build their houses again. Now rashes, some of them have developed some unknown rashes on their body. How will they heal it? In the islands community, they don't have access to pipe-bomb water. They drink from the river. Now it's polluted. How would they drink? Mr. Speaker, yesterday I managed myself to get 100 bags of sachet water to the people. Go and look at how they are happy to receive it. They need treatment water. How would the government move there to make sure that this islands community, they get good drinking water? Mr. Speaker, it's not the best at all, and it is time for all of us to run to these communities, especially Ada. Mr. Speaker, we have suffered a lot because it's an island communities. We couldn't go there to take first-hand information or pictures to show to the world, because if you look at the current, you dare not move there. It will wash you away. So it's like we are not seeing the problem in Ada properly, but we have suffered a lot, and we need water. Mr. Speaker, we need water. We need release items. They don't have food. Yesterday, an old man was crying that, look at me with my own business. Now I have to beg for food. We need food. We need water. We need medication. We should send psychologists there to prepare our students, to tell them that, to prepare their mind, because when you are getting closer to them, you see that they have been traumatized. Mr. Speaker, this should not happen again to the good people of Ghana in the Water Lake area. Mr. Speaker, I'm here pleading that it is not over yet. Not over yet. Government should come in. The committee, now we have resumed, the committee that they set up, we have resumed as MPs. Meet us and tell us what you are doing to the people, how you will revive them. The interministerial committee, we are calling on them, they should meet us. The VRA, he should stop those small release items is selling to the district assembly as if something good is happening. It should meet us as MPs so that we sit down with them. We will tell them the damage they have caused to our people. I have been in the villages myself, and I'm still continuing with a visit to the villages to assess the situation. A whole house have come down. So many houses. How can we do this to ourselves? It is not a national disaster. It is not a natural disaster. That's why international world is not seeing what is happening here. Because how can we cause a harm to our own self in our own country? Mr. Speaker, the dam have been there from Kwame Nkrumah time, and people have managed it from Nkrumah time to now, and we have not seen this before. This year rain is not the worst rain we have had. We have had so many worst rains, but people are able to manage this in a way that it doesn't cause this harm. So if management has failed, they should come out properly and meet with the MPs. We want to meet them so that they give us proper planning and give them proper assessment so that they revive their farms. How can somebody pick farm? All is gone because of somebody's negligence or somebody who couldn't manage things properly. Mr. Speaker, we are pleading because it is not easy as MPs in those areas to see our people, our own people, our mothers, our farmers, our fishermen who are always working hard for us to get food on our tables, be into this situation. So, Mr. Speaker, we are calling on the interministerial committee to meet us and tell us. They shouldn't just go there and dump something there and leave. We want to meet them and tell them how they should do it properly so that our people will benefit.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Let me go to Emperor Eso. Yes, Honorable Davis Okoku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this rather emotional statement ably submitted by my colleague Samuel Okujetu-Ablakwa. Mr. Speaker, indeed, this is a disaster that should not have happened to our people, but it has already happened, and I think that we need to look at the way forward. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I have had 428 people displaced so far,
and this is as a result of the spillage by the Water River Authority on the voter list. Mr. Speaker, out of the 428, and these are reports by NADMO. Out of the 428, Mr. Speaker, 108 of them are children, and for me it is worrying. 73 households have been displaced, and persons living in these homes are now finding shelters with their colleagues, churches, others are sleeping in school buildings, and for Mr. Speaker, I think that is very worrying. Communities like New Jerusalem, and I know my brother Dafiamako knows all these areas, Orobon, Nketepa, Amate, Esuboni, Pitiku, Chirebai, Adoso, Odotum have all been affected. Indeed, 9 structures have totally submerged, and 2 market centers in Nketepa and Pitiku have been flooded. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we find a way of addressing these concerns. Mr. Speaker, my constituents are suffering, and it's important that for NADMO and other government agencies must come to their aid. But I've read a statement made by my colleague, and it's important to point out that government and its agencies are doing their bit to address these concerns. Mr. Speaker, in fact, I've cited a statement by the NADMO authorities, and it's important for us to also appreciate what they are doing. Mr. Speaker, on our TVs, we see NADMO officials join hands with members of Parliament along some 9 districts, 9 constituencies in the Volta region, and for me, the collaboration is something that we need to highlight. The effort by government in addressing these concerns is something that needs a bit of highlight, and it's important that we do that. But Speaker, VRA in itself is also helping address the issues. I sit on the Water River Authority Resettlement Board Fund, and I know that just last week, VRA has released an amount of 2,864,475 Ghana cedis to the fund, and this will be used to address some of the concerns that is emanating from this. But from the statement that NADMO raised, we cannot also say that they did not see this coming. In fact, according to NADMO, they wrote to all the districts downstream the Volta Dam to intensify sensitization and education in the spillage, and also to organize district disaster management committees meetings in preparation for the fallout from the spillage on the 9th of September 2023. The Speaker, according to NADMO, on the 12th of September, they started recording displaced persons
and the Director General and his deputies have all been to these sites. In fact, I met the Director General on Thursday at the Armed Forces base, and his efforts carrying loads in helicopters to areas affected clearly indicates government's preparedness, government's responsiveness to the issues that have happened. Of course, in times of such disaster, we would expect that government does more, but we need to put on record that the president of the land, the vice president of the land, the chief of staff of the land have visited these areas. And indeed, in my brother Ablakwa's statement, he indicated that the finance minister himself have also been to these affected areas, and government is trying to provide some of these relief items. That said, Mr. Speaker, we also must commend Ghanaian companies and individuals who have come to the aid of our affected victims. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm here to see NADMO visit my area. They have come to do an assessment. I'm here to receive a mattress or a bag of maize. But I know that NADMO, throughout this disaster, has distributed about 600 bags of rice. They've distributed about 1,100 bags of maize. They've distributed 650 cartons of oil. They've distributed 493 bags of sugar. They've distributed 270 cartons of Tasty Tom, amongst other things. Clearly, this is an indication. These are efforts being made by government to address the concerns. And I think that we need to commend NADMO, the Director General and his deputies for the work done. Mr. Speaker, I also would want to commend Mr. Ibrahim Mahama of Engineers and Planners. I mean, I've seen the donations that is sent to the Volta region, and I think that we must commend him, Ibrahim, and other companies that have come to the aid of our people. We thank them. We sincerely thank them. Our people are suffering, and it's important that we address their concerns and address them well. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to contribute to the statement.
Let me now come to Esu Jaman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this incident is something that everybody must take seriously. I have listened to my senior colleagues make the statement, from Honorable Ofidietua Blakwa through Honorable Doyo and Honorable OPK. But Mr. Speaker, everybody is blaming their problems on the Akosombo spillage. I wonder how the spillage in Akosombo affected you at Mpraiso. But I want to recognize the fact that probably the delay in spilling the water may have resulted in the accumulation of water upstream, and that has resulted in flooding in some communities, Constituency, for instance, that are upstream of the dam, like Kudikope, Mpemprase, and others. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ablakwa has mentioned the sufferings of many of our people, our youth, who have no jobs and have decided to be self-employed and go into fish farm, have all their investments destroyed. Everything is gone, and it is so pathetic. The Water Research Institute's Aquaculture and Research Development Center in Akosombo was not spared. Research work done for over 20 years in tilapia breeding improvement program of the Akosombo strain of tilapia has been destroyed. And Mr. Speaker, it is not surprising that the price of tilapia has started going up on the market. Mr. Speaker, there are waterborne diseases. In Akosombo, in Asiojaman, we have recorded about 300% in bilharzia cases, over and above what was recorded in 2022. So the issue is very, very, very serious. Mr. Speaker, I want to quote our first president Nkrumah, when he went for the inauguration of the Akosombo Dam. And he said, the story of the Volta River project will not be complete without reference to the 80,000 people who had to be moved from their villages and resettled in other areas because of the formation of the voter lake. The story of this resettlement scheme is an epic in itself. I would like to pay tribute to the thousands of families who were called upon to move from their traditional homes in the interest of the nation. Mr. Speaker, that was then. Today, many more have to pay the cost of protecting the integrity of the dam. A lot more people have been affected because we have to spill water to protect the dam from being destroyed. The alternative would have been more catastrophic. We agree that the dam must be protected. So if the water level has risen beyond a certain point, it must be spilled. But Mr. Speaker, is this the best way that we should have gone with this? It is important to place on record that the Volta River Authority is one of the strategic state institutions that has over the years been well managed by Ghanaians. All the engineers there are Ghanaians and Ghana trained, and we are proud of what they have been doing over the years. As a matter of fact, VRA has spilled water in many times, on many occasions, about 10 times already from 1966. They were spilling almost annually every year. As recently as in 2010, they spilled water. In fact, Mr. Speaker, what is so special about this occasion? Honorable Okujeto asked many questions, and there are a lot more to be asked. What affected VRA is, in fact, the VRA has indicated that their decision on when to start or stop spilling is based on its capacity to monitor the rainfall situation in its catchment area, the flows from major tributaries, and other global and regional weather updates which impact inflows into the Akosombo Reservoir. But Mr. Speaker, what affected VRA's capacity to predict accurately and timelessly the rise in the water levels? What occasioned the late decision to commence the spillage? What was the nature of the emergency preparedness plan? How was the EPP executed to minimize the damage caused? These and many other questions linger on the minds of many Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, we have heard officials from VRA and others give explanations, but I want to ask all of us here, is anybody satisfied with the answers and explanations given so far? I don't think anybody is satisfied with these things. Mr. Speaker, we are happy that throughout all this process, we haven't recorded any loss of life. That is a very positive news. But it may be, and I'm confident that it is because the people who are affected are very good swimmers. They live by the water and they know how to move in the water. That is why we haven't recorded any deaths. Otherwise, the story would have been different. Mr. Speaker, I was very happy when Right Honorable Speaker mentioned that we will have to have an inquiry, institute an inquiry into this. We need to do that. He stated that we must take lead in this, because if we don't, nobody will. If we don't, as the people's representative, nobody will do that. And so Ghanaians are looking up to us to do this. We have seen the devastation that happened at Wager following the spill of water there. And I thought that we should have learned some lessons from all these and be prepared in everything that we do. Mr. Speaker, we need, in the medium term, government must work out adequate compensation packages for all the affected persons. To avoid any form of abuse, I will call for a bipartisan approach in doing so to ensure enough sunshine on the process. As we approach elections, there is no doubt government may abuse this process in its political advantage. Evidence from the wanton dissipation of COVID-19 funds abound. A more transparent process will guarantee effective assessment and equitable compensation. This compensation must also be timeless. Already, government's inertia towards this disaster is telling. Mr. Speaker, you will be surprised that for nearly 6 years, victims of the Ayawaso West Welcome by-election violence are yet to be compensated, as the real and the hardship depended on families, friends, and well-wishers. We cannot allow that to happen in this case. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Are you also affected?
Mr. Speaker, as contributing to the statement.
Anyway, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me add my voice to this sad story raised by my brother Samuel Blako Kujetu. I think it is important, as all my colleagues are saying, that we need to turn our attention to these victims. And this is the time that we need to show our human aspect. And this is the time that we need to support our fellow Ghanaians who are in distress. But Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to answer one or two questions asked by my brother Samuel Blako Kujetu. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be that we will have a spillage, that the people or the community in which this power producers or the dam is situated will not be aware. Because in this, if you are about to spill, it will take you about a month or two. The Speaker, in producing power, you use water in generating power. Before you spill, Akosomo has about 6 or 15 or 12 spill tunnels. It cannot spill outright. And before you go on to spill, Mr. Speaker, there are so many measures that you can take. If you want to spill or you want to reduce your water, Mr. Speaker, the first thing that Kosovo people have to do is to open all their turbines to generate power. So out of the 6 turbines that they have to generate, they have to generate it continuously, not less than for 2 weeks or so, to ensure that the water comes down before that they can think of spillage. In doing so, if you are looking at the level of your water, which is around 277, and you can see that it's not going down, clearly you know that that process will not be enough to reduce your water. Therefore, it will be important for you to go down and start talking to the people in there. My colleague, the Price MP, stated clearly that a month before they started this process, they have been informed that, listen, we are trying our best. Indeed, the Defense and Interior Committee, they had some symptoms before this spillage happened. And I strongly believe that under no circumstances would they do this, that they will not inform the committee. My brother from Ampon was just saying that we've not recorded any death. Yes, we've not recorded any death because they were proactive in informing the people that, listen, this is what is about happening, and therefore we cannot. That is why we have not recorded any death. It's not because somebody knows how to swim. The level of flood in Mape and in other places, if we are going to leave it that people were unaware, Mr. Speaker, we have recorded no less than about hundreds of deaths as we speak. But because these people were given prior information, and they were able to be, they were educated, that listen, what we are coming to do may go beyond the normal spillage. That is the reason why some of them move. That is why we don't have a lot of debris. So I would say, at this point, we don't need to be looking at blames. Blame games are not important now. Yes, my brother from the Press stated clearly that the government has done a lot. We want to see more. Because as of yesterday, some communities were complaining. We want to see those communities receiving some relief items. We want to see the people at the display getting the right medication. That is what we need to do. My brother from Anno, my brother from Keta, and other people are complaining. This is not the time that we're going to shift blame. VRA has done a good job. Because if they have opened all their 15th villages, we will be recording death by now. We will not say people know how to swim. We will not say people know how to swim. That is why they are not there. So, Mr. Speaker, I can confidently tell you that to tell us that the question number 3 Why did people have to be caught unaware? People were not caught unaware. They were not caught unaware. So, they were not caught unaware. People were not caught unaware. So, Mr. Speaker, as I'm saying, people were not caught unaware. But why did VRA not engage? Mr. Speaker, my colleague has the right to make his point. But Mr. Speaker, certain portions of commentary are very problematic. He should stay away from giving the impression that people brought this upon themselves. That this is not. No, Mr. Speaker. People were not caught unaware and other things, Mr. Speaker. He also made a statement about there was no other way, Mr. Speaker. The water didn't get into the dam in a day. So please, he can make his fine statements, but stay away from things that can actually spark emotions elsewhere. It's very important, please. Don't go there.
Yes, leader. Speaker, just to appeal to my colleague that it's a very sad moment, the day of the disaster, so my colleague should just tone down with his body language. But the fact of the matter is that, with the greatest of respect, colleague, fact of the matter is that what he's saying, there's a bit, some truth in it. There was some form of simulation. But when I checked, I realized that out of about 9 districts, it was limited to only 3. Sojaman, North Tong, and Ada. And you realize that the reach out was limited. So I would just advise my colleague that he should take it easy. Let's sympathize with our colleagues. But what you're saying is true. Just that let's all calm down and rather appeal to them. Yes. No, the simulation is true. Thank you, my leader. And as I said, in my preamble, I started by sympathizing with all our people. I'm saying, I have not said, and I will never, and I know that I will not say that we don't empathize with everybody. No, all I'm trying to say is that, yes, at this point, we don't need to be shifting blames, as I stated earlier on. We need to be focused on how to support our people. Indeed, my colleagues here, and I'll attest to the fact that I've been calling to ensure that some of them get relief items. Because these are the times that we need to work together. These are the times that we don't need to politicize anything. We don't need politics. But what we also have to say that it is important that we also let everybody know. Obviously, yes, there are some people who may not be aware. But as my leader has said, there are some group of people who were elected. But these people also tend bad, that's yet to it. And what I'm trying to say is that we should not shift blame. Let's focus on how we can get our people out of these problems. Let's focus on how we can get our people some relief items. Let's focus on how we can support our people. And that is what we need now. And I strongly believe that that is the way that our communities, our constituencies are expecting us to do. Not to say here that somebody has to answer this question, but everybody will come back and tell you that they've done what they're supposed to do. But we believe that the people need more. I know my brother Okudjeto's people needs more. Kwame's people need more. Roosevelt people need more. And we need to find ways to support them. And that's what I'm trying to say. That we don't need yet to be shifting blame. So Mr. Speaker, let me join my colleagues to sympathize with our colleagues. And we will continue to support them. My brother Kofi has not done anything for our brothers, but I have done something for them. So we will all have to come together to support the victim. That is what we need now. Politicizing will not make anything. Shifting blames will not make anything. But getting the people out of their distress is what we need. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me come to the Reverend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, what has happened to our people is so worrying that we should not play politics with the situation. Mr. Speaker, VRA resettled 52 communities in this country. They moved them from where they were fertile lands as a result of the building of the dam. So if VRA resettle our people and they've got to spill, it is very necessary that they give them flood alert, because VRA has SOP, and they are supposed to have.
What is SOP?
Standard operating procedures. So they have these procedures, and Mr. Speaker, I thank Honorable Adoka for making this very important statement. Mr. Speaker, VRA is supposed to have critical or very important stakeholders like GMET, NADMO, Water Resource Commission. So in going through their procedures, they were supposed to have met all these agencies to do stimulation exercises with the communities that will be affected. The honorable member from Ashojaman said there had been several spillages. Just recently, 2010, at the same period in November, there was a spillage. So VRA knows very well that with the quantum of water that they decided to spill, a lot of communities will be affected. Now we're looking at communities on, on the downstream, like we're looking at Ashojama, we're looking at Honorable Abrakwase constituency, North Tongu, Central Tongu, and South Tongu. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency is almost a peninsula, surrounded by the Oti River and the Water Lake. When there's a spillage from the Bogri Dam, we are affected. Spillage from the Akosomo Dam, that was done, our people are affected. In Oti region, we have 6 constituencies that are affected. People do not know the terrain, so they don't know the extent of damage. Krachi West were affected, Krachi Chumu affected, Biakuye affected, Nkwanta North affected, Nkwanta South affected. Sene East is affected, Sene West is affected. But people do not know what is happening. More than 4,000 people in my constituency are affected. More than 33 communities are affected. Mr. Speaker, farms, if VRA did elect our people, giving them flood alerts, grammars are, mature, they would have harvested. My people have not been able to harvest their granules. The granules are submerged, rice farms are submerged, pepper farms are submerged, okra and maize are all submerged, including houses. So we are not playing politics about it. Mr. Speaker, VRA has a resettlement, the VRA Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, for 2 good years now, VRA has not released a dime. They are supposed to release $500,000 US to the trust fund. For 2 years now, VRA has not released a pesewa to the trust fund. Meanwhile, the trust fund is supposed to take care of the resettlement communities. They have not been able to do that. Now there's flooding, our people are affected. And a colleague is saying that NADMO has released 1,000 bags of rice. Mr. Speaker, for God's sake, 1,000 bags of rice to all these victims that are affected? 40,000 displaced persons? And you think NADMO has done well? Government is supposed to release money to NADMO to be able to give relief? And you're saying VRA has done well? By spilling when they were supposed to have spilled and they didn't spill, now they spilled this quantity of water and people are displaced. You're saying VRA has done well? Mr. Speaker, you see, in this country, because our judicial system the judicial system is so porous, like VRA, somebody would have been heading towards court by now. To sue VRA, Mr. Speaker, for negligence. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are saying is that government should take this matter seriously to actually look at this situation. What has been given, if it were not Jata Cement, If Jata Cement, the CEO, who has given out a lot of items to these displaced persons, Mr. Speaker, what has government done so far? Government is going to sit up. Government will have to sit up and make sure that this situation is addressed for our people to become. Mr. Speaker, and in times like this, we look at only relief. In disaster management, you don't look at only relief. Rehabilitation is very important. Reconstruction is very important. After giving relief, you've got to help the people to make sure that when the water recedes, their houses are rehabilitated. When houses cannot be rehabilitated, there is the need for government to take care of reconstruction so that the people will move from wherever their comfort zone was, at least, if you cannot do all, to do something that will help relieve the plight of these people. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to use this opportunity to say that VRA should not forget to release the compensation monies that they are supposed to give the resettlement communities. They should give them their compensation. So if government cannot take care of the people in times like this, at least the chiefs and the people will also assist to help the people. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
I'm pouring to, then I come to leadership. So let me come to Dafia Mapo.
Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to this statement ably made by my brother Samuel Kujeto. Mr. Speaker, we need to understand the problem. The problem is that the minimum water level for the dam to operate is 240 feet. Water level. The maximum is 278 feet. Anything beyond that, the dam may be breached. So what do we speak of? As of December last year, 2022, concocting these figures, these are VRA's own figures. As of 31st December 2022, VRA posted that the water level in the dam was 277.12 feet. So VRA knew that before 1st January this year, the water levels in the dam was already at its brim. The water levels was already at its brim. So it ought to have spilled. In January, VRA didn't spill. In February, they didn't spill. In March, they didn't spill. In April, they did not spill. Neither did they spill in May, nor June, nor July, nor August. Somebody will ask, what were the water levels for all these months? Mr. Speaker, I don't want to blow the house, but the water levels never went below 277 feet between January and September. These are figures that VRA itself puts out every day as I speak. The water level in the dam as of now is 276.97 feet. After all the spillage that has caused all the disaster, it means we have spilled just about 1 foot level of water in the dam. The dam is practically full. So nobody should say that we were not taken by surprise. It is VRA that failed to live up to its duties. Because if you fail to spill the bulging waters in the lake, and you wake up one day and panicked, and you spill under panic, you cause disaster downstream. And let's also understand the system. When you spill from Akosombo, it doesn't go directly into the sea. it will first fill the Pond Dam. And the Pond Dam is the smaller dam. If you open all the 10 waterways in Akosombo, the Pond Dam will get filled in 6 hours. So the pond will have to spill. The pond will be compelled to spill at full steam. That was what happened. So when you are compelled to spill because the dam may be damaged beyond repair, of course you are putting the lives of the thousands downstream at great peril. At great peril. We are not playing politics with this matter, Mr. Speaker. I live by the dam. The water levels, the VRA itself said that the highest water level they have ever achieved was 277.54 feet. This happened in 2010. That is their own figure. The one we just achieved was 277.36. So even when you recorded the greatest water level ever since 1965, when the dam achieved its maximum, we spill quietly, professionally, methodically, gradually, without causing havoc to persons who are built and live by the estuary or the levee of the estuary for hundreds of years. You go to Mefe and houses that are 2 kilometers away from the shore are affected, and somebody says we were not surprised. When you have an electricity pole that was planted 20 years ago, 18 feet above the ground, but you can only see 7 feet above water, how can you say that we were not surprised? Nobody anticipated this. So the waters are going to places they have never been before. That is the situation. So as those of us who have been affected upstream. Because if the lake is in flood and you don't spill, you submerge a lot of low-lying lands. I have communities like Ajebi, Sakwe, Germany, Chakiti, Bokofe, Agodake, Chanakpe, Chita, all of them submerged. Farmlands are gone, homes are gone, business operating areas are gone. I have over 5,000 persons in my constituency alone. Nearly 1,000 households are affected. So these are not very simplistic matters. These are very serious matters. Just yesterday, after mobilizing some relief items, I have had to go and release it to them and rush back to Accra to mobilize for more. So when we are crying for help, this is no politics. We are people in distress. And we want some compassion. And I want to say that so far, it's only VRA that has released monies. The central government, central government, finance minister, he has come to see what's happening. But he hasn't publicly stated that he's releasing so amount of money towards combating this matter or bringing relief to the people. I want him to say that. All the items that NADMO presently is sharing is coming from the money voted for by the VRA. And Mr. Speaker, you can't tell me that VRA is co-terminus to the central government. It is not. It is not. It is not. So we want to see some heightened level of commitment from the central government in this matter. And compensation and resettlement are serious matters that must be taken up seriously. With all due respect, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that the relief items that people see that are coming from corporate Ghana, they are guzzled every day. The people are feeding in very large camps. These things are consumed. So it's not as if they are in some storage somewhere. The people are feeding every day. So we are still pleading for more. And also that the fact that the ministry itself, Ministry of Energy, There are some other sister institutions, and I also want to see some commitment from the sector ministry, under whose aegis these things are happening. Because NADMO, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy that the Deputy Ranking for Public Accounts Committee is here. NADMO appeared before us just this August and made it clear that they have no resources. As if we knew, as if the chairman of the committee knew and brought the issue of disaster up. They are really handicapped. So I hope that in the budget that will be read soon, some appreciable allocations will be made to NADMO to be able to resource for events such as this. When we were questioning NADMO in August about disaster, I at least expected that I will be in the center of it a month or two later. So we are pleading that our institutions should be properly resourced. And I want to urge my brothers or my colleagues that these are very sentimental issues for people back home. So when we are speaking to the matters, let's be sure of what we are saying. The people have been surprised. That is the fact on the ground. It cannot be any other way. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, Honorable Kujoto Northtown has spoken. Comfort Doyo Adana Greater Accra has spoken. Honorable Davis Opoku, Eastern Region bordering the Afram Prince has spoken. Please, I'm coming. Reverend has spoken from Uti. Dafiamapo has spoken also from Volta region. Let him now go to Bono, then I come to leadership. Bono is, yes, Chumesi, you have the floor, and afterwards I come to leadership.
Thank you very well, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me. Mr. Speaker, this issue is very sad and very pity matter. We are dealing with it. The people affected in the area or alongside the rivers, they are in a very sad situation. They are in a very poor situation. Mr. Speaker, my constituency, about 39 communities are affected. Some of the communities are Logakope, Konkonse, Kakraka, Tatubato, Gobu, Donkope, Dabakope, Kukukwasi, Today Kope, and all that. There are so many of them. I can't mention all the communities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every year we do spillage. Until when are we going to find a way going forward to make good use of the spillage? Every year, Burkina Faso do their spillage, affected the northern part and some of the Volta people. And then Akosombo too, we have the spillage. What are you going to use? Or what are you going to do to make good use of this spillage, to make it good use, not to affect the people? Every year when the spillage comes, it just affected people. Mr. Speaker, what our people going to eat is a problem. Now all their farms, their fishing farms, whatever their crops are gone. They are homeless. Now, how to get even tent, a place for them to live, is a major concern, is a major problem. They need even water to drink because the spillage has affected them that everything is polluted, the water is polluted. The cemetery, toilets, everything has combined. So all the water bodies are polluted. So, Mr. Speaker, what they drink is a problem. And we know the importance of water. If you don't get good water to drink, you know how it's going to affect you healthily. So health-wise, they need medication, they need food, they need clothes. Mr. Speaker, to me, it's a major concern. It's a national issue that needs to be dealt with. We praise or we thank those people who are helping or who are contributing to those affected.
like Mr. Ibrahim Mahama, the former president, Chairman General Mosquito, the NGOs, and those are those coming on board to assist us. We thank them. Mr. Speaker, going forward, we still need people on board because those people affected is not going to be today. Going forward, even we are going to expect or experience shortage of food because the northern part, the voter part, the Brunafo or Bru East, they are all affected, and all these areas are farmers. So I know going forward, you are going to have the effect, not today. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to come on board. And we need to also gather the information well so that the VRA or the NADMO or whoever, the finance minister, who are to help to know the affected areas so that we can distribute the items equally for our people to survive. We need the survivor. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable members, I thought I'm bringing this particular discussion to. You would allow me?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Let me give Central Tongue. I'm told they are also seriously affected. So let me give.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful for the opportunity.
Please be brief. It appears they say we are going around almost the same thing. I just want your people to see that you are at least speaking on the issue. That's why I'm giving the floor.
I'm very grateful.
Just be brief for us.
I'm very grateful for that opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you on authority that my constituency equally has its fair share of the flooding. As we speak now, we have about 8,622 people affected. We have 739 households. We have 2,432 school children who are currently at home, and in all, 34 communities affected in my constituency. And if you look at what is happening, these are people who have lost their livelihoods in entirety, people who are farmers, they have lost their farm produce. Even those that have been harvested and stored have all been washed away by water. And people who are fishermen, they have lost their net. There are people there who are investing heavily in aquaculture. They've lost everything. And as we speak, the water has entered the homes and stagnant with its possible public health implications. So as a result of that, we invited the Director General of the Ghana Health Service who came to look at the situation. He came there with the Director of Public Health and his team. They look at the situation and have prescribed some solutions in the interim. As we speak now, they've brought some drugs and they are to be distributed to the various facilities in the catchment areas to cater for any possible waterborne diseases. But Mr. Speaker, like my brothers have indicated in the first place, some organizations, especially corporate Ghana, have come to our aid with some relief items. But as we speak, the issue is going beyond relief items. I say it's going beyond relief items because people have lost their livelihoods in entirety. These are people who will be made to pay their children's school fees in some few days' time. They will be made to pay examination fee for their children in some few days' time. They will be asked to go to hospital anytime at all they are sick. Where will they get money to do all this? That will be the problem. So there is a need for some livelihood program to be rolled out for all these affected victims to get some sort of resources to live on. I say this because there are women who are petty traders and all their wares have been washed away by the flood. Cassava on the farm and everything. So we need some kind of livelihood program for the people. To add to that, Mr. Speaker, to bring it to conclusion, to add to that, we need to be thinking about resettlement program for the people. Because some people have had their buildings completely demolished.
And those that have been in water all this while have weakened, and they are likely to collapse anytime soon. So there is a need for them, for some resettlement program to start immediately. Otherwise, our people will find it very difficult to get back. Even those who will get back, there is a need for some kind of fumigation, because this water came there, passed through mortuaries, passed through cemeteries, dump hills, and a whole lot of things, carried a lot of things and dumped them in their homes as we speak. So there is a need for some kind of fumigation before our people get there. To conclude, I want to say that there is a need for government to declare a state of emergency, and I will continue repeating this, because this is a situation that Ghana, with the current economic atmosphere, cannot handle effectively. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So, honourable members, I just want your people to see if they at least you are contributing to this. So I'll give you 2 minutes. So let me come to Honourable Dela. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Let me commend the maker of the statement and to add my voice to consoling the various people who have been affected, including many people from my communities. In fact, I have a number of island communities which have been totally submerged. And many communities like, let me name them, Ajaboso, Bio, Kusukope, Semplekope, Jijopo, Dafotono, Agbasiagba, Baby Debi, Bope, to mention a few. We've been also very, very much affected by the spillage. I want to say briefly that VRA has been very negligent. Metro told them in March to spill, they didn't. It was like they were sleeping on the job. They woke up one day to find that the integrity of the dam could be compromised. So quickly they opened up the valves and began to spill. This is very, very unfair. So to say that people were informed ahead of time is wrong. They were not informed ahead of time. People in Kwando constituency didn't even know that there was going to be any spillage. They weren't notified at all. And look at the damage is done to them. Their livelihood, fish farms, completely gone. I just want to add my voice to saying that the Interministerial Committee should look into this very, very seriously, because this thing is more negligence than anything else. People slept on the job and they must be held accountable for it. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for being snappy. Yes, let me come to Keita.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I might say our case is being peculiar because we are Trinity, Anglo, Keta, and Ketusaf. We are affected by tidal wave, that is one, the rainfall, and now the spillage. So we are suffering from 3 sources of the problem. And then, as I speak to you, 22 of my community are submerged in water as I speak to you.
Listen quickly.
And now, as I speak to you, we have to even cut the sandbar to be spilling the water into the sea. And it's something we are doing now. But danger loom. The danger is that all of us, as a members of parliament, we are at risk, but we don't know. What am I saying? We all take, via the Ghana Water Company, its source from Akosombo. Boom. And then the contamination in terms of cemetery submerging, physics submerging, hospitals submerged, mortuaries submerged. If care is not taken, there is epidemics coming. Outbreak of waterborne diseases is emanating, as well as other diseases, skin diseases. So we shouldn't take this lightly, because at the end of the day, if the water is not treated well and tested well and supplied in our homes in Greater Accra, we will fall the victims of this flood. So it's not Volta region affair or Eastern region affair. It is a national affair. So that is why we are calling for parliamentary inquiry, as well as calling on the government to declare state of emergency for us to move. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
So now I can come to leadership. Okay, 2 minutes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the disastrous